Good evening. Welcome to the show. Yes, indeed. I am David Sponheim, America's Third Party. You can get us at Third Party on Twitter. We are here every day except for Sundays. And I totaled the number of shows I've done over the many years since I started the campaign in 2008 against Obama. And we're talking about over 3,500 shows. And I am the most consistent broadcaster on the internet by far. If the video is having a problem, it's not something I can control. Unfortunately, we are being DDoSed pretty hard. Yes, I am running as a write-in candidate right now, but you can certainly try to get me on the ballot for the national election, that's for sure. We have a website, americasthirdparty.com. You can check the old site button, and it'll tell you about how to get on the ballot in any one state. Click on your state. This tie came from Australia, from the company called Scorched Earth, and it reminds me so much of what's happened, the devastation that's happened in Australia. And none of the mainstream media will cover the possibility that directed energy weapons may have been used in any number of places. Australia, California. The thing that concerns me is the technology has been available for a long time to do that. See? Scorched earth ties. In fact, this design came from the Aborigine people. 1 billion animals died, people. 1 billion, little koala bears, and it was horrible. And to this day, not one mainstream media will cover the possibility of directed energy weapons being used. These places burned at 2,500 to 3,000 degrees. No forest fire burns at that level. So I cry foul. I believe there could be some sort of a cover-up in that area. And how did all these arsonists in Australia, do this at once? 168 of them. I mean, how ridiculous! And then in California, not one arsonist was caught. They blamed it on the winds. Anyway, we're working on a new issue here right now. The coronavirus is still screaming out of control, but slowed down a little bit. 4,400 new confirmed symptomatic cases. 1,491 confirmed dead. It does look like it's confining itself to certain areas. When you look at the map and you zoom out, you don't see much in India. One person in Mumbai, nothing in Africa, a few in Europe. So far, China has managed to contain it, which I commend China on their effort to control this flu. It's just amazing. I hope it's not that they're covering it up and the real numbers are 600,000 infected, because these are symptomatic infections, not asymptomatic without symptoms. So you can anticipate asymptomatic to being as high as 600,000. And they're finding out, a Chinese scientific effort went into determining how long people can be dormant and not show symptoms, 24 days. So I would urge Donald Trump to extend all the stays of everybody in March down in the Air Force Base, down in California. We have to make sure that they stay 24 days in isolation. Donald, if you're listening, keep them longer in isolation. I'm trying to speak his language. Hey, we are being DDoSed pretty heavily right now, so if I have to change my VPN, that means we go drop off for just a short period, and then I come back up. So if by any chance you can't see my signal, give me a ring, tell me the video's down, and I'll get back to you on that. Some replies were hidden by the tweet author. No. Thank you. Sorry, Super Saber Dave. I'm not going to bother with that.
The fight, you were aggressive and
wow, this is a fight in England or in the U.S., America's Home Video. This isn't really relevant to the show. I'm so sorry, but you're irrelevant. We're muting you. I heard people are tossing their spit around, putting it on elevator shaft doors. And okay, let me see what the death toll is according to this recent statement. U.S. intelligence community said the death toll in China is over 100,000. And that's a pretty good rumor. When China is saying the death toll is at 1,500 and now we're finding it's over 100,000 due to intelligence rumor on our end, then we've got a problem. Okay? Now we've got a problem right now in River City. Let's take a look. And when the rumors are heard, the U.S. intelligence community believes that China has death toll of 100,000 people. Wow. Okay. If that's true, we've got problems. China is lying about their situation, and it's getting worse. And it's spreading rapidly. Freak out! Could you just calm down a little bit, please? Thank you. I'm trying to calm people down, and you're freaking people out. I guess that's what President Xi Jinping is doing right now. He's remain calm. They'll be zip tying you and taking you away. U.S. flu deaths climbed to 8,200, most cases in children. What kind of flu is that? In general, we lose 10,000 people to flu every year. It's terrible. But we're not talking about any flu, Max. Are you just giving me general flu stats here? Oh, the regular flu. Okay. Well, that's good perspective. You need to calm down. I'd like Taylor Swift to come to my house right now and calm me down. Just kidding. I would never, ever cheat on Sarah. Over 100,000 people possibly dead. Yeah, 10,000 people die yearly. Right, Ridge. Exactly. These are lies that are pushing the flu shot. I don't believe anything from the intelligence department in the U.S. For one, they're not that intelligent. I mean, they brought us the Libyan debacle, Benghazi, Iraq, Afghanistan, Soleimani. I mean, they're not. You can't call them intelligence when they do that. I know. Hey, I made a great dinner tonight. 3 big, huge wraps ready to go. Chicken, vegetables. I call them chicken fiesta wraps in my cooking show. Smells good. I love all the ingredients I put in there too. They're saying that the Japanese Obsidian Order was looking to exterminate anyone entering their borders to stop the spread. I wouldn't doubt Japan will take serious actions if people are trying to run into their country by boat. I know. Well, they say up to 1 million people died in Iraq, McDundee. I mean, Amnesty International did some studies that were shocking. We have a lot to answer to. Our country's been engaged in some pretty heavy wars, all due to our lack of intelligence by our intelligence gatherers. Now, what is the Obsidian Order? Does anyone know? Jeez. You just fear-mongering, maxed out, pushed the flu show. Oh, so fear-mongering Max, you're pushing the flu show here. Yeah, we want to tone down our over-concern right now, because as I showed you from the map, hardly anybody's been infected outside of China. Coronavirus latest updates. Okay, this is a newer update than the one I just gave you. 15,152 people have been infected with something. The new numbers. Oh, okay. That's just a revised number from 2 days ago. It's not a big deal. Yeah, this is not the scaremongering numbers we were looking for. Yeah, they're all fear-mongering all over the place. Vaughn Live, too, yeah. Everybody's fear-mongering. It's like they can't help but be fear-mongers. All right. Well, enough of the fear-mongering for a while, shall we? Yeah, that's exponential. I never said it wasn't after I said it was not arithmetic. Technically, there's nothing that is arithmetic in the statistical universe. So when I said it was arithmetic, I was throwing it out there. I knew it would become exponential, but exponential could be like this. Or it could be like this. Yeah, too much hype over one virus. What about millions of viruses? Oy vey. See, exponential can be a big curve or a little curve. You should go back to trigonometry and learn these things. It would be good for your mental health. A D.C. federal court chief judge says public criticism or pressure is not a factor after Trump ripped proposed sentence for Roger Stone. Well, personally, I think that Donald Trump was right. I would have probably pardoned Roger Stone, frankly. I mean, all the evidence points to Seth Rich, but ironically, Donald Trump isn't saying that. If you really want to look into the emails, Donald Trump would have done that, right? But he doesn't really want to look into it. He doesn't want to prosecute Hillary. He doesn't want to go after any of these people. Barr blasts Trump's tweets, and he says it's impossible for me to do my job. So now Trump is throwing William Barr under the bus after he managed to get all kinds of help from Russian help to cover up the impeachment hearing. William Barr has essentially put to rest any real credible evidence that was brought up in the Mueller report. And the Democrats are still not pursuing a third and a fourth article of impeachment. I'm waiting for that to pop out. But why is everyone sitting around wondering, gee, will we resolve this? This is all over. No, it's not. Mueller didn't exonerate the president. The president's guilty of all kinds of things. And he's going to be more guilty as time goes on. The impeachment process was designed to stop this guilt from going on. Stop a man who's unleashed his inner ego to try to control the world. You're allowing an antichrist to take over our country, you Republicans. Some people are talking about Donald Trump being in the antichrist. I'm not, but they are. Yeah. So when are you retardicans going to wake up, man? You got a real corrupt guy in the presidency and you think he's doing great. He's stopping the deep state. How? Exactly how? But defending Roger Stone is the right thing to do, and I commend you on that, Donald. Yeah. Roger Stone did hardly anything. He was blamed for everything just to keep 7% of the redacted information from reaching the news. That's why Roger Stone was charged with all those crimes. Oh yeah, it was a ploy, and I think Mueller was deep state on this. I don't think Mueller did his job. Paul Manafort had a second trial coming and it didn't even go to trial. And Paul Manafort violated his plea agreement, so it all points to cover-up. All right. You eat tacos? Oh, why would you eat a taco? You got to eat a burrito or a wrap, man. The stream is lagging because of the terrible attacks on our show. Yeah, let's not forget Anthony Weiner got 18 months for exposing himself and lewd behavior to a minor. He's a Democrat. But Roger Stone, he lies and they give him 9 years? Good point, Super Saver. Thank you. Is that better? Yeah, I don't think fear-mongering is the way to go, Max. Yeah, if we were all fear-mongering, we'd all have masks on right now. We wouldn't be talking, would we? Yeah. Virus. It's happening. Fear. Oh my gosh, some woman who can barely, she's running against McConnell. They're promoting some woman who will probably lose against Mitch McConnell. Yeah, the DSCC has endorsed Andy McGrath.
Democrat Amy McGrath has filed to run for Kentucky's Senate seat, setting up a possible contest with Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. The candidate tweeted on Friday, quote, "Honored to have Martha Lane Collins, the first and only woman governor of Kentucky, and my mom, one of the first women to graduate from UK med school, to sign my papers as I filed to run for Senate."
That's nice. So they put a weak woman who doesn't really have a strong position against Mitch McConnell. I get it. So it's all rigged, right? Yeah, I figured that much. Wolf calls Cuomo-Trump meeting productive. Really? Governor Cuomo's brother met with Trump. Well, that's good. But Trump insulted him. Okay. Whoa. Google ordered to reveal author of Australian dentist bad review. Wow. An Australian court has ordered Google to identify the person behind an anonymous bad review of a dentist. Dr. Matthew Kababa, a teeth whitening specialist in Melbourne, sought the order so he could sue for defamation. He claimed user CBSM, 23, had damaged his business by telling others to stay away from a procedure criticized as extremely awkward and uncomfortable. The ruling forces the hand of the tech giant, which has previously defended allowing negative reviews on its site. Under the order, Google will be required to pass to Dr. Kababa any personal details such as names, phone numbers, location, metadata, and IP addresses linked to the account. We'll see. This is a groundbreaking case. Can you imagine it's taken this long for Google to come out with somebody's IP address? Talk about colluding, a government agency colluding with a corporate agency. Oh, man. Google will stop at nothing to hide everything. So Trump insults Cuomo's brother. Let's take a look at that.
Cuomo did was horrible. His language was horrible. He looked like a total out of control animal. He lost it. And frankly, I don't think anybody could defend him because he spews lies every night. So I don't know why anybody would defend him. But Chris Cuomo was out of control. I watched it. I thought it was terrible. So I don't know who's defending him. Maybe they didn't see it. Maybe they haven't gotten a full picture. But I think anybody that would have seen Chris Cuomo would have said that was a disgrace. You've never seen me do that. Well, I think Chris Cuomo was so out of control that I would not have wanted to see a weapon in his hand. I guess his fist is not a weapon. Or he would have done something. You know, he talked about it, but he didn't do anything. But I think Chris Cuomo was very much out of control, actually.
Wow, Donald Trump apparently intimidated by Chris Cuomo and his fisticuffs. Wow. Okay. Out of control. Our president saying Chris Cuomo was out of control. Oh my gosh. He's really showing his WWE stand-up and his capability, yeah. Chris Cuomo is probably one of the most articulate guys that CNN has. You know, you guys know him from CNN days, right? But can you imagine why Donald Trump is so pissed off? Because, well, Chris Cuomo's grabbed the audience and is running his routine, which he does daily. Donald wishes he had as many viewers as Chris Cuomo had. What about Fox? Have you considered working with Fox, Donald? Would it be very good if you could just work with Fox? But yeah, Chris Cuomo has definitely been in his face for some time. I don't know why he's picking on him though, you know? It's been going on for years. Kirsten Gillibrand outlines new data agency to take on big tech. Oh, that'll be nice, Kirsten. But nobody's taken on big tech yet. Donald hasn't stopped the deep state either. It's still very deep, and it's very much a state. Well, let's be clear. New data protection agency take on big tech, yeah. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Democrat from New York, released a proposal to overhaul the way the U.S. government regulates privacy. Excellent. Consumers would file complaints with the DPA that could trigger large investigations into data malpractice, potentially implicating major platforms like Google and Facebook. Outstanding. Good job, Kirsten. Yay, Kirsten. You go, girl. Mecklenburg County has just quarantined 4 people for possible coronavirus symptoms. Okay, let's go back to the fear-mongering portion of our show. Yeah, this is Mecklenburg County. Exposure, 4 people arrived at Charlotte Douglas Airport from a recent visit. Well, it happens, you know, people are allowed in the country from China. Trump has to stop the shipments of people from China. Rick Wilson expects Trump will pardon Roger Stone quickly because he doesn't want Stone babbling. I would have pardoned Roger Stone too. Until our government can actually do its job of looking up who really did get the emails, why they ran across Roger Stone and put him out there was more like a ploy to buy time and to cover up and redact 7%. Remember, we never saw the 7% of the 448 pages that were redacted. It was never presented to the public. So we're going to have to go through a Freedom of Information request to get them. Amazing, huh? So the government's still hiding all the things that were out there, even the dossier, which apparently is real. Mueller said that it was in fact used to blackmail the president. The dossier, the sex tape, yeah. I mean, hello. I'm telling you, our government is asleep at the switch. I would have opened up a grand jury investigation months ago. No. You Republicans continue to stand there and continue to defend Donald Trump because you're brain dead. All the evidence points to Donald Trump is guilty of everything we think he's guilty of. Wake up, people. Okay. Former Republican Rick Wilson said that he expects Trump will pardon Roger Stone. Absolutely. Why not? I don't think Roger Stone did a damn thing wrong. He may have lied about his activities. That's possible. That would be, offense. He might get like 6 months in work camp picking up, dirt on the freeway. Hey, there's Roger Stone on the freeway. Oh, yeah, he's working off community detail. I don't really want to pursue dead leads. Obviously, Roger Stone never had any information of any value, so what's the point? Like I said, if Donald Trump doesn't mention Seth Rich, I will. Let's not joke around. This man, Seth Rich, was killed, and the government is covering it up because it all points to various people like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the Awan brothers, people at the heart of the Democratic enclave of percolating sickness. Everything you send me is amazing. And every time I look at it, it's like boring. Wicked game? No. We can't play this. No. I don't know. The fact is Hillary has a real chance of getting in the election at any time now. Wow, Xenu went crazy or something. You need to check into a hospital, Xenu. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Hillary is talking about running. I'm not kidding. The Democratic Party is in disarray and they're looking for continuity. I could pull the Democrats together in about 1 minute and speaking to the Democrats. I appeal to almost everybody in the Democratic Party except the ones that think that we landed on the moon. They're the ones that are going to have a hard time with me. Why is Bloomberg's long history of egregious sexism getting a pass? I know. No one wants to forget how many perverts are running for office. We got Biden, Bloomberg, Trump, perversion everywhere. No, Hillary doesn't have the mental acumen to lead the nation, although her clone does. They've got a really wonderful clone in right now in play. She looks just like her, too. Barr is a joke. The reason why you Republicans are finally waking up, your eye is like going, wait a second, Donald hasn't really prosecuted Hillary yet. Blink. Yeah, I've been saying that for 3 years, and you finally woke up to the fact that Donald Trump hasn't done a damn thing. And now Donald is getting flack from his own people. And voila. So what does Donald do? Predictably, he attacks William Barr. And Barr is going, why are you attacking me? I'm doing everything for you in Russia. Because Donald Trump likes to throw everybody under the bus. He never wants to take any responsibility for anything. That's how he evaded an impeachment. I wouldn't doubt they're all perverted. Chicken hawk Republicans and the like. But look at those Democrats like Anthony Weiner. Oh my God. Why is Bloomberg's long history of egregious sexism getting a pass? The surging Democratic presidential candidate? Huh? Surging what? What is this, written for him, by him, and they paid him? He's fielded some 40 sexual harassment and discrimination lawsuits brought against him and his organizations over the decades. 40 times they've accused him of sexual harassment. Oh my God, he's got the power. He ought to hang out with Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby. They could have like a circle jerk or something. Did I actually say that? Correction. A rectangular jerk. Exactly. Barr isn't prosecuting anybody, people, because Donald Trump doesn't lead our nation. He is a puppet. I've been telling you Republicans this from the beginning. He's not a QAnon guy. He's not stopping the deep state. The QAnoners are the Q-tards, I call them, are the worst type of Nazis out there. They side with the CIA. The CIA created the QAnon group. It was designed to make Donald look like he was doing something. They knew he couldn't do a damn thing. I'm sure 129 million will be well spent on Super Tuesday states, but the most Bloomberg was going to pull is maybe 9%. People are loving Bernie. Bernie's still leading that whole wing of the Democratic Party. As much as the CIA wants Buttigieg to get into the whole act, he's pulling up the rear. Bloomberg's at 14%, really? Okay, well, I stand corrected. He's surging to 14%. So what? Nobody's going to like his facial scarring. They want to see a guy with good dermal abrasion, good clean skin, and a nice hairdo. All I can tell you is we opened up a can of worms yesterday when we were talking about Buttigieg. Oh, it was unbelievable. We're still researching it, but the allegations of when he was a kid, it's in his sealed record, but it wasn't sealed on the newspaper that showed it. This will shock you.
Look at this, guys. This is too funny. And there's an important lesson to be learned from tweets like this. This is an interesting story. Teen arrested in 1998 for dog slaying. A local teen, Peter Buttigieg, has been arrested on suspicion of the recent killings of at least 5 dogs. Authorities say they were able to locate the suspected individual thanks to testimony of witnesses who saw the teen allegedly strangling a stray dog. Okay, and then there's this little photo that goes with it.
Okay, so this is the guy. He's damaged from youth. He was probably pulled in and given psychiatric care. And they said, well, he's a good-looking guy. He's smart. So what if he likes to have sex with dogs or kill them afterwards? We can train him through the MKUltra program to run for president. That's what's going on here. The CIA was so successful molding their agent Barack Obama into the perfect candidate that they want to do it with this gay guy. Oh, it's unbelievable. He's a known... Yeah, obviously you'd have to be a sociopath to do that. So they could train him and mold him to be the perfect sociopath for them to take over our country and have full control. They've already got Donald in their pocket. Oh yeah, Donald works for the deep state. He has from the get-go. They've got so much leverage on Donald, they just pull his notes, and it's like, oh no, don't bankrupt me, or don't show the sex tape with those women urinating. You know, Donald has got a lot of dirt on him that could easily be pulled. They pull his chain. Where do I go? What do I do? And if they don't have him, they've got his stand-in who will look just like him. Yeah. You saw this last night. I put a comprehensive piece together for you. The picture that apparently he said was photoshopped, no. This picture, no, that's this woman right here. She's a potato farmer in Spain who now works for the White House. And she's made appearances here in Texas. And here, too. Donald has a replacement. It's a big burly woman who's very strong and built like a potato farmer. But she's a true Trump-bushka. I give you Trump-bushka. This is her name in the Trump Plaza that you go to. I'd like to see Trump-bushka, please. I am here from Russia looking for Trump-bushka. No, she's actually a Spanish woman from Spain. You can tell from her face. She has a Spanish look like the blonde Spanish people. Very pretty woman, and I have great respect for her putting up with Trump and having to pretend to be him. Yes, I don't know her personally, but I can tell you she's got a much better personality than Donald Trump.
Why not?
She looks like Trump. Trump is good looking. How else would he get a 13-year-old girl in a very difficult position with Jeffrey Epstein standing next to him, allegedly? Yeah, I think Trump is a pretty good looking guy. Let's just say press 1 if you think Trump is good looking. Trump supporters, you could come out. Ollie Oxenfried. We got a Trump supporter there. Guess 28 thinks he's good looking. Scissorfied doesn't find him good looking. 446 does. Yeah. I think Trump is pretty good looking. Yeah. He wouldn't be Donald, let's face it, he wouldn't be Donald Trump if he wasn't a good looking guy. Am I right? That's right. Bet you never expected that out of me, right? A little compliment to the president. How about that, huh? See, you don't know what's going to come out of my mouth at any given time. Yeah, you haven't figured me out yet, have you? Donald does love himself, but he's a good-looking guy. He's always been a good-looking guy, ever since his dad did that surgery to correct the Down syndrome look, you know. Okay, John Kelly finally lets loose on Trump. The former chief of staff explained in the clearest terms yet his misgivings about Trump's behavior regarding North Korea, immigration, and Ukraine. Oh, Trump is a liar. We know that. And he's overweight. Let's not forget that. He's not a genius. No, he's just a good-looking guy who happens to be obese. John Kelly's still alive, yeah. He invested in that camp Casa Padre down there in Mexico at the border. He wants to make money on the illegal children. John Kelly does. Yes, But Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, the former National Security Council aide and impeachment witness President Donald Trump fired Friday, was just doing his job, according to John Kelly. And I agree with John Kelly on this. Vindman and his brother, who had nothing to do with it, just got fired. Sondland got fired. Kelly, a retired Marine Corps general, said that Vindman is blameless and was simply following the training he received as a soldier. I agree. Yep. He said, overwhelmingly good people and not all rapists. That's what he said. Vindman was rightly disturbed by Trump's phone call to Ukrainian President Zelensky in July, Kelly suggested, having seen something questionable. Absolutely. He did exactly what we teach them to do from cradle to grave, Kelly said. You know, I've always had respect for John Kelly, and I certainly believe that he warned Donald Trump of the impeachable offenses he was committing, and for that we thank him. But none of you retardicans seem to understand that. Daryl, Trump does not have an IQ test on file. Trump never took an IQ test, okay? Well, let's be clear. Neither did Barack Obama. Nor Michelle. Now, we don't know what the intelligence of either Michelle or Barack Obama, or anyone for that matter, is. But we do know that Pete is definitely not what you think he is. Yeah, he's a little bit on the demented side if that true article, it does relate to him, which it does. You know, Barr is going to be thrown under the bus soon. Trump, what he does is anytime somebody who's taken all the heat for him, like Michael Cohen and Paul Manafort, when they get into hot water, or even in this case, William Barr is being blamed for all of Trump's inactivity and inability to prosecute anybody. Whenever that happens, Trump just throws them under the bus. So expect a new attorney general in, I'd say, 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, it'll be the musical chairs of attorney generals. Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing, so he fires everybody who tells him the truth. You retardicans didn't figure that out yet. Well, Barr has already overseen the transport of Jeffrey Epstein out of NYPD's control and let him leave. Barr has not even, he recused himself in the Jeffrey Epstein case quietly, not admitting that William Barr's father, Don, was the guy that got Jeffrey Epstein his first job molesting girls at the Dalton Prep School. Yeah. Pete Buttigieg. There you go. Well, regardless, both parties are corrupt. Both parties are bought off by very powerful people, namely AIPAC. AIPAC is the largest donor to all the parties, both left and right. So once you understand that component to this process, you'll understand the mechanism driving our political structure and why we don't have a third party. They control the people that are the lowliest, greediest prostitutes and whores out there who will work for any amount of money just to get reelected. They endorse, the elitists endorse this corrupt system, and they're not going to make it go away anytime soon. You people are in the crosshairs because you haven't done anything to get anybody on the ballot. So you're just sitting there going, well, I don't know. I mean, whatever happens, happens. And frankly, we don't have the ability to build a third party without your help. Being most of us have been neutralized and turned into mental vegetables, I guess that's what's happening. Is this Michael? I don't know. Harvey Weinstein is a wonderful human being with Whoopi in the background. These are the people who tell you how to act. They are interconnected and into some sick stuff. Let's take a look. Michael Obama, everybody, commonly known as Michelle, the transgender.
I want to start by thanking Harvey Weinstein for organizing this amazing day. I want to start by thanking Harvey Weinstein for organizing this amazing day. Harvey. This is possible because of Harvey. He is a wonderful human being, a good friend, and just a powerhouse. And the fact that he and his team took the time to make this happen for all of you. I want to start by thanking Harvey Weinstein for organizing this amazing day.
Well, thank you, Harvey. Yeah, so, hey, we love you, Harvey. So these people are all in cahoots with the guy who's been allegedly raping people. Yeah. I think we know the situation is just as bad with Trump when he was accused of raping a 13-year-old girl, Katie. Yeah. With Jeffrey Epstein in attendance, his good close friend. You know, I don't believe Donald Trump when he said he hasn't been friends with Jeffrey Epstein all these years. We found out a couple weeks ago that Jeffrey Epstein's cousin is actually handling Donald Trump's entire campaign in 2020. The senior campaign organizer and consultant for the Donald Trump re-election campaign is Boris Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's cousin. I can't make this stuff up, folks. This is just unbelievable. He says he doesn't know Jeffrey. Jeffrey's out. Jeffrey got out very easily. He hasn't been, he didn't die. We know that somebody in his place was put there. Yet the government hasn't done any investigation whatsoever into this case. Here he was seen 2 weeks after he died. A drone was flying over for Rusty Shackelford's YouTube account. They took a picture of this. Jeffrey Epstein looking up at the camera. So to think that he's dead is ridiculous. So our country isn't doing their job. The FBI is not actively pursuing investigations they should be. There's a lot of accountability issues going on at all levels of our government, and we've turned into like a nation that does nothing. The CIA comes up with lies, and the FBI does nothing. That's their job. That's where we're at. It really isn't any different than that. I have more than enough evidence to show you lots of bad things that are happening, but I'd rather talk about the topic at hand, which is technology. So instead of going down conspiracy road, let's go to making yarn out of human skin. How about them apples? Yarn can be grown from human skin cells. It could be knitted into your body. Is this not amazing or what? Think of all the surgeries that people perform. I mean, how many people don't want surgical scarring, especially when you have your face changed? It would be very effective. Very effective. Yeah. What other uses? Extension of your penis. Some of you guys might look for, the possibility of an added yarn stitched penis extension. Think of the applications. Right. Penis enlargement. Any other ideas? Joe Biden knows roaches from cleaning Hunter's ashtrays around the house. I'm not a father. I don't know what it's like to have a son like Hunter. Joe's had to deal with his son's behavior for a long time. I think the fact that Hunter's openly admitted it is a pretty good sign that he's at least acknowledging his problems. Yeah. And he has to pay alimony on that woman that he impregnated, so there you have it. Now, Trump has been accused of another quid pro quo, this time in New York. He's holding New York State hostage to try to stop investigations into his prior tax fraud, tweeted Representative Val Demings. Trump appeared Thursday to link his administration's policies toward New York to a demand that the state drop investigations and lawsuits related to his administration, as well as his personal business and finance. Trump is literally going to try to hold the purse strings for New York away from them if they don't stop and drop any prosecutions. This is another example of quid pro quo. Just like he held money back for Ukraine, well, guess what? New York's next in line. So because you Trump-tarticans and retardicans continue to support him, he's doing it again. Hours before Governor Andrew Cuomo was set to meet the president at the White House, Trump tweeted that Cuomo must understand, quote, must understand that national security far exceeds politics, a reference to his administration's recent decision to halt New York's access to the global entry and other trusted traveler programs that allow New Yorkers faster border crossings and shorter airport lines. He's basically pulling what he did before in Ukraine. It's kind of like New Jersey and that New Jersey gate. Yeah, Chris Christie held back money which could have been used for the turnpike and actually prevented the turnpike from running because he was pissed off at a voting race that went on. It's going on all over the place. This is crazy. He's doing it again. I didn't crush your hopes. This story about the dog clippings. Yeah. According to Snopes, they say it's false. Okay? The problem with their statement, it covers a purported image of an August 30th, 1998 South Bend newspaper article reporting that teenage Buttigieg was arrested. The article claims that his photograph didn't match his photograph from that year, that it came from a year 2 years later. Their attempt to debunk this photograph is not going to happen. It really did. That actually is a photograph of a newspaper article for Pete Buttigieg being arrested for killing 5 dogs. And allegedly, the story gets worse. Thanks. The story starts to talk about how he may have had sexual intercourse with the dogs prior. I'm just saying. You can say it was discredited by Snopes, but it doesn't matter. Snopes has already been discredited. You people have been quoting Snopes ever since Obama lied about his birth certificate, and Snopes says, oh yeah, it's an official birth certificate. You've been discredited yourself. Everything you say has no bearing whatsoever on the truth. Look at Snopes and what happened with Snopes. No. Nothing they say really has any merit at this point. So trying to debunk that real newspaper ad for Pete Buttigieg arrested for killing 5 dogs is a waste of your time.
Snopes.com founder accused of using company funds to pay for prostitutes. Hello everyone, Jen here, Golden State Times, and today we have a news story. This one comes courtesy of the Daily Mail, and it says, exclusive Facebook fact checker who will arbitrate on fake news is accused of defrauding website to pay for prostitutes, and its staff includes an escort porn star and a vice vixen dom. Facebook has announced plans to check for fake news using a series of organizations to assess whether the stories are true.
Okay, so they're using a guy who sought an escort porn star, is involved in embezzlement of money. They're using that stuff to back up Snopes. And by the way, Snopes is run by the Annenberg Foundation as well, the primary funders of these perverts, alleged perverts. Yeah. He bought whores and everything. Believe me, Snopes has been on the take ever since they faked Barack Obama's birth certificate. And they covered that story. I seriously don't know what to do with that image. You had a good Schiff this morning? Yeah, well, Adam Schiff never said anything wrong in the impeachment trial. Donald Trump definitely did all the bad things that you say he didn't do. There's no question about it. Donald Trump is guilty and impeached for that reason. You retardicans don't recognize the truth, though. The Senate committed obstruction of justice when they refused to take witnesses. 36 felonies were charged against Trump people, like Michael Cohen and Paul Manafort and many others. The impeachment did happen. You can't hide that. There was obstruction of Congress. He wouldn't let Donald McGahn speak, which he openly said that Trump was trying to fire Mueller, which is obstruction by definition, which is an abuse of power. But then they got him on abuse of power as well for the Ukrainian thing. So wherever you're going with this, trying to get Trump exonerated of everything, he was acquitted by a group of corrupt people that committed felonious obstruction, in my opinion. Now, I will be prosecuting Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham. As President of the United States, I will be prosecuting them for working for Russia. I'm just telling you what I'm planning on doing. There's more than enough evidence that Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, and now Pete Buttigieg, have received money from Len Blavatnik. We're tracking this money trail to Pete Buttigieg's campaign, the campaign of Mitch McConnell to get reelected, as well as Lindsey Graham. I have a whole dossier of my own that I'm piecing together, which I will be deploying when I become President of the United States. So count on 2 people being charged with treason at the very least in that group of senators. No, it's Thelonious Monk. Yeah, he's one of the most famous jazz performers of the Newport Jazz Festival in 1964. Okay, we're going to go ahead and give you a little video of when I was a young man. When I was a young man. Yah-ha-dee-ha-dee.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle.
Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon, which is really nice. We've been across the country a few times campaigning, and this vehicle is truly a dream to drive. It's a little bit tough on the bumps because those tires are high pressure, just to make sure that it goes as far as it can on that gallon of gas. Anyway, enjoy the show. We're going to be having a show every day, Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. on Blog TV, and I'm going to be talking about issues from renewable energy to getting out of Iraq. Thanks for listening, and don't miss our show. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so here I am 11 years earlier, 11 years later, still doing the same damn thing and still censored. And you people don't realize that all this effort has been squelched in many ways by a group of people who have lots of money. It's difficult for me to continue doing this show relative to the realization that you don't believe that happened. That you don't believe that my subscriber count has been locked for 9 years at YouTube. My follower count at Twitter has been locked for 9 years. You don't believe that. You don't believe that that's censorship. I find it hard to believe that you don't believe that. So I keep pushing despite all the, I guess, inability to understand what's happening. We're going up against even the doubters and the trolls and the censors. We don't even know if the Russians are paying everyone to be in here. Yeah, we don't even know that. I don't know anything really. I'm just dealing with lots of evidence. Yeah, I'm not a spirit cooker. I don't drink blood of children. Yeah. But staying relatively calm in a tough time is the key to a long life, I can assure you that. Stress is a killer, so try to minimize your stress as much as possible. Liam Gallagher, Wall of Glass. I don't know. In the UK, you've got a whole different world. It's like a different media entertainment thing you've got going. I don't even get it. I mean, if you could go back to the time of the Beatles, maybe we Americans would understand you better. So protests have erupted in Hong Kong. Remember, Donald Trump didn't do anything to mitigate human rights abuses in China. We know that Trump never put any wording into the trade agreement to deal with the atrocities that have been conducted in China. Whether it's the coronavirus, which wasn't a thing at the time, although it was a thing in November, he could have easily put that in there. But he didn't mention anything about Hong Kong and any resolution. Now, Hong Kong has self-rule till 2047, based on a treaty they have with China. China should be honoring that treaty and not trying to influence the outcome of what judicial processes go on there. So I would have insisted that they honor the treaty in the trade agreement. Trump didn't even put in the wording. I would have also said we need more accountability on the issue of human rights regarding organ transplant. The left is lost, okay? I mean, they're even talking about getting Hillary back on board. Hillary actually looks pretty good now. You know, she's come a long way with her facial reconstructive surgery. No, actually, she has a clone. We have pretty good evidence that cloning has been going on, and I believe that they've been cloning humans for some time. After all, 20 years ago, the technology was right for cloning Dolly, the sheep. What's to say they didn't clone Hillary? Would she be a mongoose? Or, I don't know. What kind of an animal would she be? If Hillary was an animal, she'd be a vulture? Based on the allegations of the Hillary Clinton body count? No. Well, in any event, I'm not here to claim that Hillary is, you know, this or that, but she definitely has a pretty good ability at shaking her head. Weird things happened in the 2016 election that made me believe that I think Hillary could be making a run, and she might have the votes to win. Believe it or not, you guys are really, really close to the line, you Republicans. You don't have a secure win for 2016. She won the popular vote in 2016. Now, the real Hillary is far away from me. Yeah. The one closer to me is the the complete like dupe they made of her. She's slightly smaller, so they couldn't perfect the size of the clone, but they managed to get somebody very similar in size, grown in a clone environment, apparently. Apparently they take cells from a person at a certain age and they can clone the exact same person in a fairly short period of time, faster than normal gestation and growth. You don't grow up like the child grows up. You grow up as a human, an adult, and then they take on the same features. And you're saying, no, Dave, it's pretty obvious that's just some woman who looked like Hillary. No, she really has the potential. The clone. I have a video here that is remarkable, actually. That woman appeared out of nowhere when Hillary had collapsed in 2016. Yeah, nearly 3.5 years ago, during the 9/11 attack. And there was this weird moment where 2 hours later she appeared out of nowhere. Right there in front of Chelsea's apartment building. Well, Chelsea's apartment building, this is the clone, by the way. The person who collapsed looked much older than she did. But this is the clone's hand. And she stood there and waved to everybody outside of Chelsea's apartment building. It turns out Chelsea's apartment building is a deep state clinic. They claim it's a cloning clinic. I'm not making this up. It used to be a clinic, her apartment. It still is a clinic, but they don't talk about what they do there. Anyway, watch what I do here. We're looking in and zooming on the hand there, and we're taking a picture of her hand during the Iowa caucus in 2016, which she, of course, won. We're taking that picture of her on board the campaign trail and putting that hand up against that hand and zooming in. All right. Now, you may think that these hands look different. They do. They definitely do. But yeah, I could debunk it, Crank, but a fake newspaper ad is... We're still tracing the real newspaper ad. Any word from factcheck.org is... Factcheck.org has already been debunked. I just explained to you they're run by a bunch of people that solicit prostitutes and have weird embezzlement thing going on. You can't trust anything from Snopes. They can be bought. That's my point. Okay, now take a look at these two hands, and you'll notice that they are different. But the strangest thing about these hands is the lines. See that line right there? And that line right there? Let me see if I can trace it with my cursor. That line right there. That line right there. The crossover line right there. The crossover line right there. It's exactly the same. See this line right here? The V pattern right there in the middle? That's exactly the same. There's no two people with the same palm print in the world. Okay? This line right here, exactly the same. Yet here I'm showing you two people with the same palm print. Now this is some sort of way in which the hand folds. Again, it's more of a diminutive version of Hillary, but it definitely is a Hillary clone. So get ready for Hillary. She's back. She'll be back in the swing of things probably in the next couple of weeks if the Democrats continue to flounder. Will Michael Bloomberg surge past 14% in popularity when people realize he's got all these accusations of sexual misconduct? I doubt it. I doubt Bloomberg is going to get very far in the polls. So, we covered this in the earlier show. Google ordered to reveal author of Australian dentist's bad review. Yeah, I don't think that's a relevant story. But it is kind of a landmark moment for Google to have to force them to get the name of an IP user on their network. But this story really is growing. Why is Bloomberg's long history of egregious sex getting a pass? No one knows. Because apparently money buys power and privacy. Yep. So all these different 40 cases that have been logged against him in his time as a businessman for sexual misconduct cannot be ignored. So once you put Donald Trump and and Joe Biden and Michael Bloomberg under the litmus test, you'll come up with perv. You got a guy who's my age? I'm 59. Now, that's not really appropriate to post fake stories in our show. No, I told you that's a bannable offense if you keep doing it. What you write about the story has nothing to do with the story. Now, I do believe that Roger Stone was set up by an FBI informant. I don't believe Roger Stone had any material evidence that would be incriminating to Donald Trump or to anyone during the search for information. In this way, I side with the Republicans. They're giving this guy a tremendous workover, the Democrats are, and it's wrong. And I agree with Donald Trump on this. But we need to look into Seth Rich. That's the real story where the emails really reside. Now remember, we only got to see a small portion of the emails because Strzok, the FBI agent, culled them from 35,000 down to 3,500. There are many more emails out there, and if the truth about Anthony Weiner is correct, there were probably close to 300,000 emails that were scrubbed and gotten rid of. So there's been a massive cover-up by the NYPD regarding Anthony Weiner. 9 people have died, mysterious deaths, suicides, or homicides, we don't know. But the key witnesses of the Anthony Weiner tapes are all dead. They all killed themselves. So there's something being covered up there. Seth Rich is not being looked at all by our Justice Department, which means there's another cover-up there. Oh, it goes on and on. I don't think it's important who's going to win the Stanley Cup. We're facing the most corruption we've ever seen at any level in our government. It really is irrelevant. Yeah, and then of course, Andrew McCabe was fired 2 weeks from retirement for no reason, because he was doing his job. So the Democrats have been up to no good, and so have the Republicans. But I agree, Roger Stone was set up by the FBI. I can see that. Henry Greenberg, back in May, attempted to bribe him with $2 million. It was like a complete sting operation. I don't think the guy's guilty at all. In fact, I think Robert Mueller used the prosecution against Roger Stone to purposely redact 7.5% of the 448-page Mueller report in order for our government to turn a blind eye to the real facts. And I said earlier, we still haven't seen those 7.5% redacted copies. The American people have yet to see it. I would easily pardon Roger Stone in a second. I can tell instantly he's not guilty of anything. But Donald Trump doesn't want to talk about the real issues in the deep state because they are pulling his strings. They control him. He won't talk about why he hasn't prosecuted Hillary, why he won't prosecute Ilhan Omar for violations of immigration, why he won't prosecute Elizabeth Warren for clearly committing perjury and fraud, claiming she was Cherokee Indian. Donald Trump won't prosecute anyone. Instead, he's attacking the one man who should be prosecuting people, William Barr. And now he's telling them everyone has to be, worried about William Barr. William Barr is a guy, a deep state player who's been put in to protect Donald Trump. And now that Donald Trump looks like they're pointing the finger at him, he's throwing William Barr under the bus. It's unbelievable. No, I don't think so. I don't see Roger Stone as a nefarious character who's done bad things. I don't think he grabbed the emails or held him back from anybody. What's really interesting is why is the government not pursuing the emails still to this day? That's the real question. Why did they cover up the whole story of John Podesta and his nefarious emails that looked like he was talking about child pornography when he talked about cheese pizza? Yeah, all these allegations about Podesta were covered up as well. So we have a lot to concern ourselves with. Stara's got a late night tonight. So she'll be in a little bit later. I told her not to rush back, but she has other duties she has to take care of. It happens. Don't worry about it. It's part of life. Yeah, so, we do what I can. I'm trying to explain to you how hybrid capitalism will generate new technologies. I'd like to talk about that. Well, if you can open up anything in this day and age in the government, it's usually shut down right away with money. Well, this is a good sign. California's legalization campaign is going to mean less stress on their prison networks. 66,000 marijuana convictions in LA County will be dismissed. Yeah, that's great. The relief under Proposition 64, they're going to be dismissed as part of their partnership. It's a Clear My Record pilot program. Cannabis-related convictions. This is great. I congratulate California on this effort to reduce the cost of their prison system and to free people that have not done anything wrong. So you're in the clear, everyone who's in California suffering from state crimes of possession. When I was in California, it was a ticketed offense to have it. If you had more than an ounce, you're going to jail. No question about it. They'd assume that you were immediately a criminal. If you carried a plastic bag or 2 plastic bags with your marijuana, they consider you a distributor and you get up to 10 years in jail. So, yeah, it's serious offenses back then. Now, finally, we're seeing some relief for people. So thank goodness. And of course, legalization of marijuana is central to my hybrid capitalism buildup of our nation's economy. The market centers and profit centers that are developing in states that are legalizing it are really amazing. And I'm still kind of amazed that Washington is leading other states in how they manage their marijuana distribution system. We have a tax of 42% total on the product, yet these companies are still popping up all over and they're still making money, which is almost unbelievable. But they're all complaining, of course. The money markup for the state of Washington is really too much. I think it should be more like 30% total, not 42%. It's slowing down the growth of the brand new market industry. You see derivatives of marijuana like edibles, medicinals, CBD oils. All of that is very, very marketable. Even condensed forms of THC like hash and dabs and rosin, all that's very marketable worldwide. So we really do have a potential for growth way beyond the perimeter of our current economy. Our retail sector is hurting bad. And the best way to revive it is the legalization campaign for starters. I also support an idea of getting everybody money like $500 a month. That'll help infuse capital into the system. But the real goal is to create a marijuana-based economy that works toward renewable energy. Ethanol was not a good solution because it's okay, but it's the least efficient fuel you can put in your car. Whereas a diesel truck driver running on hempoline will get more mileage out of their car and will run cleaner for years to come. And this is completely renewable. So Bernie's making progress. He's still carrying he's towing the line for the people that got him where he was in 2016. Meaning he lost. So he doesn't have enough. The numbers aren't big for anybody in the Democratic Party to win Donald Trump, except for maybe Biden. If you consider it in a head-to-head competition, Biden would be equally perverted, equally disturbing and lying, and equally capable of becoming our leader, just like Trump is. For some reason, Trump's lies don't seem to get him to change his position with his supporters. For some reason, his perversions and his unrepentant adultery hasn't changed people's views of him. So I'm going to assume that, if you get a perv just as weird and pervy as Donald, he probably has stand a chance, because people seem to be responding to this idea of pervs back and forth. Yeah, I'm not a perv, but I would be the gleaming golden white person stepping into the race against 2 white guys. Yeah, Warren's a liar. She's a known liar. So is Pete. Pete's been doing all kinds of weird stuff. Pete Buttigieg can't even talk about 3 years when he was in McKinsey Group. I know. He can't even talk about an activity he was involved with when he was working for the CIA. I mean, that's weird. But most of all, recently in the wine cave fundraising activity Pete Buttigieg did, he was offering people pay for play. He's been seen offering people access to the White House if they give him a donation. Totally unethical. She's in the Hiawatha. She's part of the tribal group of the Soros. Tribal Hiawatha is her name. She might be on uppers. Yeah, you may be looking at a Requiem for a Dream type of person. Ellen Burstyn was great in Requiem for a Dream. And I see a little of that in her, yeah, in Warren. Like when you see Ellen Burstyn's face in this particular movie and compare it to Elizabeth Warren's face, let's take a look and see if there are any similarities, okay? Yeah, let's take a look at that and Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, she was great in that movie. Ellen Burstyn is a brilliant actress. Oh my gosh, here we go again. Yeah, I see a direct similarity in their facial features. Yeah, see the very similar visual appearance. Yeah, see that? Requiem for a Dream. Watch it. It's really a fun movie. Warren will release a sex tape next month as a last-ditch effort to gain votes. That would be funny. Oh my God. Yeah, you're starting to see my point, right? Well, it's fun to talk incessantly about politics. That's one of the reasons why I created the show. It's also fun to look at new technologies and how many of us would like to grow our food in our gardens. We saw something last night. Max brought this in before he left. This is the coolest thing. It's an aquarium with a plant growing on top. Isn't that cool? Treehugger.com has this. Check it out. Yeah, it's like a little, you could put a goldfish pond in there and grow stuff out of the water. It's great. Anyway, I'm looking for technology to bring you.
I think that what Chris Cuomo did was horrible. His language was horrible.
Yeah, we covered that one before, all right. Okay, we got that under control. That we're not playing.
Astronauts to recycle their urine and
okay. Yeah. Now this is the one that a subject I was really shocked when I found out that Pete Buttigieg is now taking money from the same oligarch that's been funding Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham. Pete Buttigieg, funded by Russian-linked oligarch who supports Trump and McConnell. Yeah, so this guy, Len Blavatnik, has been giving money to Lindsey Graham for re-election. And he works for the guy that contaminated our election and rigged it for Donald. There he is right there, Len Blavatnik, standing in between Dershowitz and the other guy. And they've been giving money to Mitch McConnell and now Pete Buttigieg. Very weird stuff. Very weird. So I'm going to put that over there with that. And then get back to this story. Yeah, I just talked about this a few minutes ago. Trump accused of another quid pro quo, this time with New York, holding back funding for New York if they don't drop the charges on him for tax evasion. Donald Trump is up to his old practices again. Just like he did with Ukraine, holding money back for Ukraine. Now he's threatening in New York that he's going to hold back money for New York. Hi, Sarah. Can you believe this? This guy's holding back money to New York if they don't drop the charges against him. Total quid pro quo. You can't abuse your power like he's doing. It's crazy.
They're investigating his prior tax fraud.
Yeah. And he's saying, you better not do that or I'm not going to give you money. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's another reason for it. Oh, I think I see future impeachment charges.
I'm seeing future impeachment articles. I really am. I saw them as soon as the Democrats came up with two kind of fallible impeachment charges. I think they got to get better at what they're doing and then do round 3 and round 4. Here's Sarah to take over the show. Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
A real Sarah or a cloned one? A real one, just later than normal. I have a couple late days every once in a while. Because I'm a busy lady. Doing lots of things. NASA has confirmed that an asteroid larger than the tallest man-made structure in the world is currently traveling towards Earth at a speed of almost 34,000 miles per hour. That is pretty scary. Will it miss Earth? Will it try to land into Earth? That's nothing. The dude running Israel got his own government to drop corruption charges against him. It's called democracy these days. I know, it's so crazy, 250. Ugh. Whatever, Sarah, just breathe. It's okay. Breathe in, breathe out. You'll be okay, Sarah. It's terrible, horrible people on this planet deny reality and exist in holographic fake reality. True, Henhouse. I think it's all the media that's made us do it. Pirate Salty. I think I'm an okay English teacher, but I always tell David, I don't know if I'm good at teaching writing, but then I think about it and I'm like, at the beginning of the year, I asked the children to write about a time you were happy, and a kid wrote one sentence. When I got my new bike. I don't think it was even a complete sentence. But then I said the same kid yesterday, like in 5 minutes, wrote this whole cute little story in like 5-10 minutes. All about Emoji Man. Why, Empress? Kids live in the moment, yes. All about Emoji Man. Hey, David. Whoever Hey Dave is. Like, a lot. Hint, hint. You like David Sponheim a lot? Wow, Joe. I didn't know that's how you felt. And hello, Dot. Ah, okay. If you think so, Apex. Aren't I kind of doing that right now? Isn't that where you are, Apex? No, Luca. No. I don't think I do. Maybe David does, Empress, but I don't think I do. You know, do you realize that David and I don't agree on quite a few things? Almost everything.
I said we were having a Mr. Rogers Valentine's. That's all I said.
Yeah.
We're just having a real simple Mr. Rogers Valentine's.
Won't you be my neighbor?
Won't you be my neighbor?
No, I do not work for him. I give him a break so that he can do other things. That's it. I don't work for him. My hat. Yes, my hat is hanging up. I guess I haven't worn it since it's winter. Interesting, 736. Interesting. True. I would agree with you, 736, over at iVlog. How so? Well, I don't do a very good job at that. Don't worry, be happy. Well, I started planting some things indoors, cranky beans. Oh, thanks. Don't worry, be happy. Yeah, I took your advice and I tried to stop eating chocolate, even though in a few days I'm sure I'm going to have a breakout because it's Valentine's Day week, and so I ate some chocolate today. I don't think you're talking about David 250 because that's definitely not true. Yes, I planted some lettuce. I planted sweet peas, not cranky beans, but sweet peas. I planted Brussels sprouts and I planted carrots. So we'll see how those do. We have been together for a very long time. I don't like using anything sprayed on my face. I think that's David's thing. Another thing I don't agree with. No, I did not plant them outside. I planted them indoors in a little indoor greenhouse area. No, I did not plant tomatoes. That might have been a good idea, but no, I did not. I did plant some pumpkin seeds outside recently. No, Apex, I don't think that's it. I'm myself. I'm smart. I'm smart. It's like I'm smart, but I'm smart. That's pretty funny. U.S. flu deaths climbed to 8,000.
Flu is a contagious respiratory.
Goodness. Loud. Yeah, I figure if I can plant them indoors, then by March or April, then I can plant those starters outside. And I used a very cool I used a cool thing called a soil blocker to make soil blocks to start it. I don't even know if I guess I've been around David that long. My goodness, Apex, what? Yes, David does have a koi pond in a garden, but I don't know if I would call it koi. It might be called goldfish. Nice! Hydroponics. David got me some hydroponic tulip bulbs for my birthday. Yes, carp. There you go, T. Tommy. I am sorry I don't watch hockey, so I don't know who's going to win the Stanley Cup. It's amazing that I know that the Stanley Cup is even hockey related. Like, that's how little I'm into hockey or sports of any kind. I know, I agree with you, John Uncaged. I'm sure some of them are koi. Not competitively Apex, but in I mean, in PE in high school, I played some sports like flag football and tennis. They even had a swimming pool. A billionaire? Nice. I'm busy living my life because my life is like one of those things where I have the life that most billionaires dream about. I have a very nice place to live, a very nice community that I really love the people in my community. Certain aspects of it, herbal, yes. Wherever you see a whole lot of capital letters, though, that's all David. I really like my job. And I feel like I'm living a life that will leave a legacy. I don't think my cat's fat. My cat is normal. I have had a professional massage. Maybe I should, I have been thinking I should schedule another one. I do not have a maid. I do not need a maid. Well, that's mainly because David cleans up after me. And I clean up after myself. Well, not all capital letters, but where like many capital letters where you question whether it should be a capital letter. Yeah. I think there's one, I think it's on Amazon, Apex. I don't need a chauffeur-driven limo because I drive the car of my dreams. No, 250. Not needed. I could take ballroom dancing. That might be fun. English is amazing. I am not a Native American. I was born in America. That's it. I believe that's it. I do remember parts of my last stream. Actually, I don't know if that was from last night or the night before. But it was something about working in the garden and talking with my superintendent and my principal about something. Okay. It was kind of raining in my dream, yeah. There's something about an electrical cord being in the wrong spot. That's basically what I remember. You think the earth is calling me? Take care, 250. You don't need any magic mushrooms. The magic is within you. You don't need a mushroom from outside of you. Yeah, it was weird. I don't know what the electrical cord was about. Plugging in lights, maybe? I don't really know. I think it did have to do with where am I going to put my greenhouse, my mini greenhouse. Oh, that wasn't in the dream at all, Cranky Beans. Did you tell him why? Be brave, John Uncaged. He's your brother. You can be honest with him. Wow. USA Today has a story about the world's oldest person. It's a Japanese woman who's 116. Yeah, that's a good long life. 116. I think David wants to live till he's like 200. He'll probably outlive me if that's the case. Oh, you know what you should do, John Uncaged? You should get him the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Just send it to him anonymously. He has it and he still can't figure out why he has no friends. Tell him to put away his devices. Okay, Apex. Ah, all he sees is himself at the top. Thanks, Apex. I know, half a yawn. It's true. Very true. China installed a disinfectant tunnel. Cat owners are urged to keep their pets indoors. London Underground could be a hotbed. CDC is finally saying it can be spread by people who don't show symptoms. The military is prepping for a pandemic. And an Indiana couple quarantine themselves. Probably they're not even infected, but they still do a quarantine themselves. I eat brown rice. No, it does not, Apex, sorry. Because it goes to the cost of actually printing the book. I think there's like $1 that goes to us or something like that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. My friend just said that she has problems eating rice, that she never had it before, but she really, it upsets her when she eats rice. Upset stomach. Yeah, that 116-year-old woman probably does remember World War I and World War II. Probably is amazing. Barr is saying, tweeting about the Justice Department prosecutors in open cases make it impossible for Barr to do his job. Ah, yes, true about rice. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Don't worry, be happy. Rice flour, anything with rice. So you have to be careful of those gluten-free things because usually gluten-free stuff is made with rice. All right. Yes, from the soil. There's two other people who are 114 years old, 115 years old, both in Japan. Guess David will have to go to Japan. There was a hoarder that had 8,000 pounds of trash. 8,000 pounds of trash? Wow. That's pretty cool. Thanks, Ivan. Sports Illustrated, their swimsuit finalists include a 56-year-old, plus-size models, and bald models. Thank you. What, Real Man's Pilot? I find that hard to believe, but whatever. Where's his internship at? How would I be doing you a favor, Ticken? Are you really hooked into watching David? Oh my God. China, undercover robot spies blend into the human population. And there's a new study. Exercise makes people happier than money.
That's good. I'm working out all the time.
Yeah.
Exercise. Yeah. People have been noticing. I've been working out every day. Yeah. I'm happier too because of it. I made dinner for you, and it's ready for you. There's a chicken wrap, chicken fiesta wrap, and I even made some black bean soup with the rest of it.
Oh, okay.
You can have some of that too.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Okay.
And of course, I made Brussels sprouts as an added vegetable because you got to have more vegetables. Everybody, knows that.
Do you want me to come back, or?
No, you can take the night off. I don't care.
Okay. Do you need to eat dinner?
Well, yeah,
yourself?
9
Why don't
o'clock.
you go eat dinner
No,
right
I don't
now?
want to eat right now. If you want to just take the night off, that's okay too. You just so kind enough to come in and help me out. So have dinner and just leave the stove off, and I'll heat up my thing later. Okay, hybrid capitalism. Big discussion, and also it makes a very good halo for my head, don't you think? Matches my head perfectly. Yes, this is my real hair. It's been perfected. It took me a long time to realize that people really were so superficial. All they cared about was my hair. That was a big letdown for me because like many people, I believed in representative democracy, and I didn't realize that all you cared about was hair. So, Sonny Franzese is 103 years old from New York. Yeah, that's good. Sugar gets hard as rock. If it sits for a long time, it'll firm up, and it's still totally edible. You can chunk it off and eat it sugar. It's not a big deal. Yeah, wow. So he's 118 years old? Really? I don't believe that. Oh, he's the oldest person. Nabi Tajima was the oldest person who died April 21st, 2018. Or she, rather. She was the last surviving person from the 19th century. She was born and died on the small island of Kikajima, about halfway between Okinawa and the main Japanese islands. Her husband, Tomanishi Tahima, died at the age of 93 in 1991. So she outlived her husband like 30 years almost. Let's see what she looked like. An 123-year-old Indian monk flashes a passport, claims he's the world's oldest man. It's ridiculous, yeah. Well, this woman who passed away at 117, this was her picture before she passed away. 117. I don't know. I mean, for best looking old person, my uncle Fred Hale Sr., who lived to be, 114? 113? He looked pretty damn good for his age. I mean, look at this guy. Tell me he didn't look good, Fred Hale Sr. Yeah, 114, nearly 104. It's like 2 days away from 114's. Yeah, he lived. He was 117 years and 260 days. But that was my uncle, you know? Not a direct uncle. I'm related to the Hale family. It's like 3 removed uncles, but whatever. Yeah, you can't come in here and do that anymore. We won't allow this type of ridiculous spamming in our show. I don't know how you got away with it this long. Don't come in here with your UK links. I told you I want only pictures of Boris Johnson talking about Brexit. His last known pick wasn't that great. Yeah, he has a little issue with his hair. So he's on the run. He's trying to get away from his mistakes. Passing Brexit has been so far a good thing for England. But they haven't really asked for any donations yet. So we'll see how great it works for England. But he hasn't made any appearances since Brexit. Isn't that interesting? Ah, weird. So the oldest woman is a 116-year-old living today. I still think, personally, that Fred Hale Sr. was the best-looking old person. And I would like to give him a congratulatory award of my own. Yes, Boris Yeltsin and Donald Trump are cousins. They're kissing cousins. You didn't know that? Boris Johnson could be related, yeah. Why are we so concerned about old people? Shouldn't we be celebrating youth right now? Aren't we trained to celebrate youth and say, yes, it's great to be young? Salty's been threatening gun violence? Oh, really? Huh. I don't see it in the chat. He says he's just 54 years old. I will outlive everyone. My program is designed to live over 500 years. Humans are constrained by their poorly designed elemental function. If we maintain a good amount of recharging, when you sleep, you recharge your battery. And if you take plenty of fluids, you maintain cleanliness in your mechanics. Awesome Carl's impersonator is 56. You need to be like half of that age to really impersonate Awesome Carl. I didn't realize you. David, why do you ignore me when I say I bought your book just now in paperback? Will the $7.79 go to you directly? It will go to a fund that goes directly to me through Amazon. Yes, you're one of the few, the rare. Thank you, Apex. I wasn't ignoring you. I just had not read your chat when I arrived in here. What time do you wake up to work out? Well, I start working out at 7:30 when Sarah wakes up, and then I work out some more at 10, and then I work out some more at 12. But I try to sleep in between those two periods. I'm pretty safe for the coronavirus. I don't think it's spreading past its key epicenters if we can rely on the data that China's giving us. But yeah, seriously, everything looks great according to the data they're giving us. Africa looks clean. Nothing going on in Africa. There's a little Ebola going on up in Chad. Yeah, right up in here in Niger. There's some Ebola happening, but that's not related to the coronavirus. There's a few cases in Italy. 3 confirmed. Spain has, Madrid has 2 confirmed. The UK, I believe, has a few. 9 confirmed in the United Kingdom, according to these stats. So it's not spreading that fast. 1 confirmed in Brussels. 16 confirmed in Cologne, Germany. That's serious. That could spread. That means 16 that they know of. But overall, China's done a very good job of maintaining control over this virus. I was apologetic toward Kim Jong-un, not realizing that he'd simply copied the plan that the CDC had to evacuate everybody who's contaminated. we need to get the CDC to correct their ways. One of the biggest problems we have is the people who are questioning vaccines are being called names. They're called anti-vaxxers. And I just think it's pretty sad that, anybody who has a real solid plan for questioning the vaccination problem is immediately called by name. How absurd is that? So we need to question the CDC, and as the people of this country, we have the right to, being we are the government, theoretically, even though that's not really how it is. We live in an unrepresentative democracy where our leaders and officials don't really represent us. That's the best way I can describe it. We're teetering on a democracy if we'd only use our effort wisely, but we're not. But cowbell's nice. That's it, stage right. Yeah, the trade deal was released, and I understand that Hong Kong had known that, or rather the Chinese government had known. Good night, Ridiculous. Take care, man. I heard the Chinese government knew in advance when they went to did the trade deal and when they went to Davos that some of the people might have been infected. That adds an interesting twist to the bioweapon theory. Yeah. Gaxo had to refresh 3 times to come in here. Hi, can I help you? Hello. I'm sorry, we lost you there. Yeah, Glaxo had to come in here 3 times just to get in here. It happens quite a bit. We are being censored hard by Mark Vaughn. But you don't have to believe that. I just believe it. We can differ on that. Well, I don't think the CDC is going to be able to push anything because they haven't openly answered the questions that anti-vaxxers have about what goes in the vaccines. The doctor that got the word out about the virus initially was murdered. Oh, really? Now you're saying the doctor was murdered or he died of the virus? Because that could be deemed murder if in fact it was a bioweapon. Well, I hadn't even been on, let me do a Periscope test. I put the request through yesterday. Let's see if it'll go through. Yeah, we're going to see if we can get back up on Periscope. We shall see. I had to face off with a group of gang stalkers who are trying to extort money out of me. I won't pay them a penny. Of course I would never do that. Let's take a look. ATP Tech Show 2/13/20. I'm going to go live and see if it'll work. And I'll know in just a second. Connecting. Nope, it won't work. They haven't released me. All right, so they locked us down, and I understand we were gang stalked on 4chan, and now Periscope won't respond to my direct question as to why they're doing this, which means they're complicit in the extortion. Wow, that's really heavy duty for Periscope to be complicit. I'll have to research this. Rodney, no, he was not very interesting. I can repeat what he said.
Hey, Dave, how you doing? Hey, good buddy. How you doing, Discount?
Oh, pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, what? We don't understand why you keep failing.
What?
Yeah, I'm living large and you're losing.
Why would you say that?
Because you just are.
No, I'm not losing at all. In fact, we're doing great. How's the lovely Sarah doing? How are you, Dave? When's the show start? It did start like 3 hours ago. Yeah. Where's Sarah? I mean, that's all we got from Rodney. Okay? That's it. There was nothing else there besides that scratch and sniff, and that's what you smell. Mike Bloomberg is a gross corporate pig who's allegedly had sexual misconduct with women in his staff. 40 different cases of sexual misconduct alleged. So, I mean, we got pervs with Trump. What, at least 2 adultery acts, maybe more, because Michael Cohen got $450,000 to pay off adulteresses. Trump never admitted that. He's an unrepentant adulterer. You got Biden, who clearly has been behaving weird around children and women. Very strange behavior, but no hard facts pinned against Biden other than his creepy behavior. And then you got Mike Bloomberg. I mean, what is this country turning into? A nation of illicit, carnal, evildoers looking for a favor among politicians? I don't get it. Yeah, that's it. I mean, Rodney never produced anything worthy of the show other than to denigrate my show. So we realized he didn't have any new shtick. So what's the point of having the guy do the same thing every time he calls in? I mean, hello. Hey, let the word out. You guys can help support the show through your own means. The more people who talk about me on Facebook and Twitter, there's one of 2 things that'll happen. You'll be shadow banned, like I am, or you'll get the message out before you're shadow banned, like I am. So chances are you'll get the message out before you're shadow banned, like I am. Well, they're sick, they're perved, they can't be trusted. Their whole approach is dishonest. Well, thank you for sending in a donation. I appreciate it. It was $28 as I recall. Thank you very much. That helps keep our VPN going. No, I haven't posted any Wuhan videos today. I thought the Chinese government censored all that. No, why would I call myself on the phone? Elizabeth Warren, I think, mentioned you in a rally last week near Iowa when she mentioned the local state of Washington are running as a centrist independent. Well, if Elizabeth Warren would step up and endorse me publicly, she'd really give me a help. I might bring her in as my liaison. She'll be an expert on how to lie to people for decades. Well, we do need a new Wuhan video, but this Amazon exit guy keeps coming in under new names, and when is it gonna end? You gonna stop doing this? Stop coming up with new accounts and spamming our show. Ironically, the 2 people that should be asking questions, the Seth Rich family and the defendants of the Julian Assange case, have requested testimony from Julian Assange, but a Podesta-linked judge, Richard Leone, refuses. Yeah, so you got to wonder what these old guys are up to. What do they know that we don't know? Because they don't want us to know anything about Seth Rich. We know that Trump doesn't want to talk about Seth Rich, otherwise he would have mentioned it when referring to Roger Stone. So everybody's ignoring Seth Rich, and Seth Rich was the center of the transfer of emails from the Awan brothers, Imran Awan. He walked into their office with a flash drive and allegedly grabbed all that information rapidly from the Awan's drive, the tech guy for the Clintons and the Democrats. And Seth Rich summarily had that information and apparently sent it to WikiLeaks, because we know that an arithmetic code from a flash drive. We know how fast it downloaded. When something downloads, it actually tells, its mechanical code tells us how fast it downloaded. So we know that the 30,000 emails didn't go through the internet initially. They went through a flash drive. He's the only person, Seth Rich is the only person who had access to the flash drive and to the Awan brothers. Now, there should be an expanded investigation into Stephen Wasserman, who got Imran Awan off Yeah, he had a plea agreement with Imran Awan, which is bizarre considering Imran Awan tried to flee the country with $4 million he and his family had snaked away. Somehow Steve Wasserman, as a prosecutor in D.C., managed to represent him, which is completely unethical, work a plea agreement with the office of involved in the prosecution, and basically he walked. And his connection to Debbie Wasserman Schultz has been well noted. He was her tech guy, and he's the guy who had access to the emails. So why our government isn't pursuing this is the red flag, the red herring here. You got some serious gas? Have you tried Beano? Don't you feel a little guilty flatulating in a carbon unfriendly world? Okay, we're going to just keep you out every time you come in now. All right. There can be a record of the file transfer from source to destination. Yeah, thank you. I know. Jorge Bergoglio, Pope Francis, you claim is not the valid pope. You've had this issue for some time, Guest 395. It's not unusual for you to have this problem. I don't understand what you people are fascinated with flatulence. I mean, how weird is that? Is it that you are some sort of a simple andropod with an atavistic response system and find your own body noises funny? What is a centrist? A centrist is a person, I'm fiscally conservative, but I'm socially liberal. I'm very open to helping people who are downtrodden, unlike the Republicans who look down upon them and, well, they get a job, they could get some food. Otherwise, I'll just run them over with my car, or something like that. Johnny, please. This is a mutable offense. You know that. Start to trim your dialogue here. Thanks. You have an update on Wuhan. Oh, very good. Let's take a look. China sent 1,400 more military medics to the coronavirus epicenter, meaning they're all armed with guns and they shoot people on sight when they arrive at the epicenter. I saw pictures of these guys. It looked pretty suspicious. State media reported military flights in. Okay. This is the official report.
挺身而出，也是我们运输机战略逃送的一种能力的体现。石东子，
They're all trained military.
装卸货以后，我们就6点多起。
Yes.
到9点到9点钟。
Very good question. Won't they be infected too? Well, considering that there are 500 now workers that worked around the initial patients are infected, yeah, they will be infected. They're next. He's saying, don't worry, you may all be infected. Remain calm. That never happened. Stop making that up. Look at that big plane. Well, I hope that explained my position as a centrist, but guess 267 is still wondering what a centrist is. For instance, thank you from the Telegraph. I support the right to bear arms. I support the freedom of speech guaranteed under our First Amendment. Whereas the Democrats want to define hate speech, I don't. I don't want to take away your right to bear arms. I don't have those agendas and I never will. That sets the playing field for centrism. No, we're not like Nazi libtards. Quite the opposite. We're moderates. We're in the middle. We're moderates. We're not left-wing radicals like Ocasio-Cortez and that guy from the Young Turks, the social justice Democrats. But we're not Nazi fascists like Trump and his clan of Trump-tarticans who don't care about the homeless. Or I support it. I support Second Amendment wholly. No registration needed. I will not register your arms. In fact, I was the one that coined the phrase, I want to take gun control off the table. Trump ran around talking about how he's going to take background checks off the table after I said I'm going to take gun control off the table. So my wording is being matched out there by Trump. But he doesn't represent a centrist position. He has a blind eye to the environment and to the homeless and to our failing production economy. No, I don't. I love fries. I think that's ridiculous. Do I think a diamond grill, a dental grill, will be covered by insurance? What, are you kidding? Okay. Say hello to my diamond grill.
Okay.
You cockroacha? Scarface you give me. I don't think we should cover diamond grills under insurance. No. Did you see the disinfectant tunnel? No, I missed that. We got a coronavirus disinfectant tunnel created. The CDC and prevention confirmed the 15th case of the new coronavirus in the U.S. on Thursday. 15th case in the U.S. This is the tunnel. Whoa, you got to walk through the gauntlet. Super Dave. There is too much hostility and division. We are headed for a civil war. How would you stop it? The number of coronavirus cases in China spiked after the country changed its clinically diagnosed, led to an additional 13,000. The total number of confirmed cases is more than 60,000, with at least 1,300 deaths. You can double that. You actually could take that up to 600,000 if you include people who are asymptomatic. What I do to prevent a civil war? Well, that's exactly what a centrist president is designed to do, prevent a civil war. That's the primary purpose, really, is the centrist position is designed to find compromise on left and right issues and start healing the divide between the two. Now, people have followed, you have to ask yourself, why have people followed Donald Trump all these years? 3 years now, mindlessly supporting him. Because Donald Trump took on my issues, the ones that I fought for 6 years prior, and I've been censored in the media trying to fight for. 1,000-mile fence was my idea. He took on the issue of how many American white people feel like we've gotten the bad end of affirmative action, but he hasn't done anything to remedy it. We can see how he's a backlash. His election was a backlash to Obama's ultra-liberal desire not to discuss anything with the right. And since Trump stole 15 of my ideas straight up to get noticed, I'm the guy holding the bag. So you have a great opportunity to see a brand new future where, yes, we will build a 1,000-mile fence. It'll be made out of a container. It'll be a container fence. It'll be very affordable, like this one right here. We will get to the affirmative action issue, whereas Trump has failed. My strong position in favor of gun rights now sets me apart from the Democrats, but yet I'm liberal enough to deal with homelessness. I'm willing to come up with brand new ideas. I'm the originator of the idea of weapons-free safe zones for people overseas. Trump stole the word safe zones from me. I'm the creator of that. Not here in America, mind you, but overseas, I'm willing to help our allies build safe zones as safe havens for people fleeing ethnic violence or sectarian hatred. I have a lot of other ideas that Trump stole and didn't deploy, which add to a whole lot of good for our show and the future of centrism. But on the other hand, unlike the Democrats who won't discuss GMO dangers, the dangers of vaccinations, I do. I also take on issues that the Democrats will not take on. I'm essentially a guy who moved to the right of the left, so I'm now in the center. Who never discuss? World Health Organization will never discuss chemtrails. I'm the guy who discusses chemtrails. I'm the guy who picks up all of the space left behind by the two parties. I talk about how chemtrails have been dumped in the skies and how we're going to stop these things as president. I will order the stopping of this bizarre, useless effort to put garbage in the atmosphere to manipulate and modify the weather. Nobody else has ever talked about this. I'm the only one who does it. I talk about the dangers of pesticides and herbicides in our environment. The Democrats don't want to talk about it. I have mobile service unit solutions for the homeless that I talk about. These are all things that the Democrats won't take on. So I'm taking on all the left problems that they're neglecting and all the right problems, the fiscally conservative issues that should be addressed by right-wing Americans. The ones that are now endorsing Donald Trump are endorsing a military-industrial complex which is growing leaps and bounds when it should have been contracting. So building up our economy to create a solution-based growth process will come up with new ideas to help create jobs. Legalization, the Democrats won't take on. They were late doing that. Yes, can I help you? Hello. No, it's okay, man. I did not know it was you. Now that I know, what is your question? Cool. Great.
Good ideas.
Good. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Are you trying to improve the environment in India yourself? Because we are all struggling with plastic waste. All of us are.
Right. Well, I go sometimes to the Ganges and I try to take the plastic bottles from the river.
Good. Very excellent. I know people do that all the time. That's the best thing you can do. And I would love to have a system where we can get rid of plastic completely and turn it back into oil. Wouldn't that be great?
Right. Yeah. And my friend, when I tell him about these ideas, he responds to me, and then I ask him, do you want to fuck me?
What was that? I have to keep a constant vigilance to make sure that this guy, he went off in a weird sexual way. I was like, is this what happens when a person gets on a bus in Calcutta and they automatically get their body groped? I bet if I got on a bus in Calcutta, men would be grabbing my ass. I don't think I'll be getting on a bus in Calcutta anytime soon. You know, I don't plan on building a homeless shelter on the moon. I plan on helping people on Skid Row. You know, there's a thing called a toilet that we need to install there. I think Eric Garcetti kind of forgot about that. And Gavin Newsom, he's worthless. How would I handle a business relationship with Pelosi, Schiff, Nadler, and Schumer? I could relate to them. Oh, yeah. I can toe the Democratic ticket for a while. I'd drop off when they considered me, they would call me a conspiracy nutcase or something, because that's what they do. They tend to negate everybody's original idea, claiming it's wacky. That's a bad habit people are in. And the Democrats are no different than the Republicans in that direction. But ways to solve the country's problems involve building up our failing economy. And getting legalization on board it's got to happen. And this is the election we have to make it happen in 2020. We need jobs too. Rooftop revolution is my idea. Hillary copied it during the debates. She talked about putting rooftop solar panels to help jobs. That was my idea. I was way ahead of her on that. And building up the homestead renewal plan is a part of the buildup of our country too. So anyway, oh, you had some dinner.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, I will step out. The CDC has confirmed the 15th U.S. coronavirus case, quarantine at the Texas military base. So far 15 people have been found out to have this. So it's not spreading as fast as they predicted it would a while back. Okay, I'm going to move over. I'm going to put the book over here, and I'll step out.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Sarah's going to give me a little break so I can take a little bite to eat. How's that burrito I made? Did you have that? Was it okay? Pretty good?
I did, and it was good.
Oh, good. Okay, great.
Please don't go. Don't go. Don't go away. No, this is not a new ring. This is an old ring with a new stone. Or an old stone. Depending on your perspective. I like 756. You'd be the first in line. Hello, Add the One. How are you? You would only have a chance if... No, you probably don't have a chance. Sorry. I'll always be with David. Actually, it was good. I only ate the chicken wrap, he called it. I do like soup, but I did not eat David's soup tonight. I am doing well. I had a good day. I found out my students like school. They like coming to school, so that's a good positive thing. Oh, Fiesta wrap. $5 for 3 people. What soup did he make? Something with black beans and onions and tomatoes, and I didn't see everything else. Bell pepper. But I wasn't that hungry, so I'm not. I didn't eat the soup, but 50,000 homeless in LA. Wow. Build apartment buildings. Sarah, I know other questions from other streaming sites come to you, but over here we can't see the questions. Can you read them for us? Garlic chicken? Fiesta wrap, Sarah. $5 for 3 people. What soup did he make? You much tonight? Sorry for the questions. Sounds like a soup a conspiracy David would make. That's pretty much the questions. I know. Real enlightening. Oh, wait. I don't know how long ago this question was, but what are your thoughts on Dale Montana? I don't know who that is. iVlog. Can he fail armed with his chocolate surprise? I don't know who it has a chocolate surprise. And a username Dot over at YouTube. Hi, Sarah. Vaughn Live. Those people can just go to Cool Rock and look at both chats. Hey, I didn't use the term people. Sarah, why don't you actually read my chat? No, anyway. Fiesta wrap, also the term for being rolled up in a rug, then dragged out of a party. What? I didn't know Fiesta wrap was that. I don't think David knew Fiesta wrap. What's that? LOL. Pirate says, I agree. Question mark? I'm an idiot. Started to be an idiot. Xenu. Sarah, did David tell you a guy from India just called your phone? No, he did not. T. Tommy, rug roller. Whatever that means. Back to iVlog. Build apartments. Ouch. There's nothing left in my wallet. Well, it's not actually about your wallet. It's about taking the mountains and it's about the resources, not about your wallet. It's -8 degrees right now where Add the One is. Brr, that is cold, Add the One. I am sorry to hear that. Flixnet thinks Sarah is a US pirate, has some weird YouTube link that I'm not going to click on. Apex says, Sarah, can you unban Rudy from your YouTube chat? I don't know how to unban people from my YouTube chat. Sorry, Apex. The Lawnmower Man says, hi, Sarah. Are you wearing a winter coat in the house? Yes. The Pirate Salty Dog. Dot expect much from us. I think he meant don't expect much from us. Flixnex has a emoji. Pirate says, don't unban people. And I think I've caught up with the chat. All right, that's about all the chat there is so far tonight. My name's Sarah, and this is Chatting at America's Third Party. This book is Hybrid Capitalism, written by David Sponheim and myself. Mostly David Sponheim. Well, myself too, but yes, we wrote it together a few years ago. I think things have changed since then, but anyway, not really. 284 over at iVlog is cold as well. I'm sorry to hear that, you cold people. Xenu asks, Sarah, what's your worst life experience? Why? What is with you and the negativity, Xenu? Start asking some positive questions. Flixnex says, when David's pirate wants to date you. I'm sure that's the same as, I'm sure pirate's not the only one. Flicks next. I don't want to talk about my worst life experience. I want to talk about my best life experience. So when Xenu asks that, then maybe I'll talk about that, or I'll talk about it in a minute. 339 over at iVlog says, I believe in trickle down. At the one has it. All right. And 756 says, trickle down is a bust. It favors the people at the top of the chain by far. So true. I agree with you. I said that with emotion because I totally agree with you. I found the book on Amazon. At the one says, Hybrid Capitalism. Yes. Awesome Carl Show says, is your best experience here with us, Sarah? Well, I do like talking economics with you, Awesome Carl. And Slow Mode says, what is your favorite new geeky thing? It's actually, oh goodness. It is my favorite new geeky thing. Oh, I forget what it's called. Maybe, or what's the word? Oh, let me just check this if this is it. It's so new that I haven't played with it much. I think this is right, but I'm not sure. No, let me see if that's right. Yes, it is right. I don't know why it's not. I thought it would be. Okay, anyway. Here is my favorite new geeky thing. Wait, she's finding it. Wait. Okay, sorry. I'm going to add my source and show it to you. It's an experiment with Google called Creatability. I think it's fine if I play this little video.
The typewriter, recorded sound, speech recognition, all of these technologies were originally designed or greatly improved on by pioneers in accessibility. By finding solutions for people with unique abilities, accessibility researchers often end up making technology work better for everyone. I'm Claire, and I'm a designer from the NYU Ability Project. We've been collaborating with Google and innovators from the disability community on a project called Creatability. It's a series of starter experiments that explore ways we can make creative tools more accessible using AI on the web. Each experiment expands creative possibilities by designing for all kinds of inputs, whatever works best for someone.
My name is Chancey Fleet. I am a technology educator and accessibility advocate. Sound Canvas enables a non-visual user to draw on the screen in a variety of ways, including using a mouse, using stylus, using arrow keys, or even using body tracking technology, and receive immediate real-time feedback about the drawing that they're doing in the form of sound that is pitched higher on the vertical plane or lower and panned in stereo from left to right so that the individual can develop a real sense of where they are with their drawing in space.
My name is Jay Allen Zimmerman, and I'm a composer who became deaf. Seeing music is a way to experience music through your eyes instead of your ears. There's a series of tools that will help you to understand music and musical sounds. So you're going to get a sense of volume, emotion, intensity. I feel it's really important that people have access to these tools so you can start experimenting. No, you just did it right now. I can't
hear it, but I can feel it. We've also been exploring new ways for people to create music using their head or body.
My name is Barry Faramond. I'm a co-founder of Open Up Music, an organisation that empowers young disabled people to create inclusive youth orchestras. So Clarion Light is an introductory musical instrument to get people started on their musical journey. It opens up the opportunities to interact with a musical instrument. It broadens it out from just 10 fingers to any part of your body. By putting that musical instrument online, we're opening up access to people around the world. That's an amazing thing.
One of the key things that makes all of this possible is TensorFlow.js, making machine learning algorithms more accessible to anyone right in the web browser. It's all happening on your computer. So this allows us to not only give you a faster frame rate to make this an enjoyable experience, a fluid experience, but it also makes it so that your data is completely private to you.
Anyone with access to the internet, a browser, and a webcam can just click and instantly try these experiments. These collaborations are really just the beginning. We're excited to see how other developers will build on what we've started here.
I think it's an open invitation to the community of developers to engage with what's already available and iterate and really move forward the state of the art. This is a great beginning.
Okay, so that's what I think is the coolest, latest cool tech thing. g.co/creatability. I think it's pretty cool. All right, back to what you were saying. One person thinks it should have been created at an engineering school, and I say, well, an engineering school can build on this. It doesn't need to be it doesn't matter where it starts. I think that with technology, they can build and build and build. Drag King has a link from Zero Hedge. They say the headline is first mass quarantine outside China. Vietnam puts 10,000 residents under quarantine for the coronavirus. I suppose I could make shrimp scampi. I haven't for a while. Oh, Sarah, can you make shrimp scampi over at Vaughn Live? Netflix Next is typing some YouTube link that I won't be clicking on. $3.39 over at iVlog thinks all degrees are not equal. I would think that a good degree would be from Udacity or WGU. I like both of those. Don't worry, be happy says, ask Sarah, do you like puzzle? I can't stand them. I end up cutting the pieces to make them fit. I actually do enjoy putting together a puzzle, or I did enjoy putting together a puzzle, however, I say that and I haven't put together any puzzles in the 20 years that I've known David, so maybe I don't enjoy them that much. Tracking, I'm not clicking on any YouTube links right now. 339 thinks thinks a good degree is a science major, hard science. Hard science, like rocks and steel and diamonds. Hard science. Don't worry, be happy says, wow, you guys should have a puzzle contest. I just spoke to a couple people that are doing, a couple of my parents of some of my students are going to do a puzzle enrichment course. And the puzzle, they're going to have the kids solve some puzzles, but they actually have an ability to like make a puzzle with your picture. And so they're going to give the kids the puzzle with their own picture, but really cool. It sounds really good. David, I don't think likes solving puzzles though. I do. I haven't solved one though because I don't know why. I just feel like maybe it's because I know David doesn't really like it. I don't know. Maybe I feel like is it a waste of my time, but maybe it would be good for me to get back into solving puzzles because I do find them relaxing and fun. 339 says physics and chemistry, hard science. That's where the money is. Money, money, money. Money. What about coding? Artificial intelligence. Don't worry, be happy is going to the library tomorrow. Sarah, do you think they will do away with public libraries? Too many homeless, crazy people there. I think there might be a more push for digital public libraries where people can access things at home rather than physical public libraries. Xenu says, Sarah and 339, the best money is in law, specifically injury claims. Okay, granted, he wasn't talking to 339, but he's refuting I think he's refuting the point that hard science, physics, and chemistry is where the best money is. Don't worry, be happy says, but I love the library. It's a free service. I always visit a local library when I move. I do too. I love the library too. And in fact, I told a parent of a student today to visit a local library to do some things on a computer that I was asking him to do. And I said, don't buy a new device. Just go to your public library. 339 says, public libraries? Close them all. No more trans story time. I disagree with you. I think people need story time. More people need to read to people. 234 says the money is in owning your own prisons. Xenu says, Sarah, my library only has homeless people sleeping at the computers and shooting up heroin in the bathroom? What? Actually, it's interesting that you say that, because I was talking today with some colleagues who were talking about how they feel like there's a lot of crime in our area, our local community. And they said, though, that of the size cities, that our town is considered one of the lowest in crime in Washington state. But they find that pretty amazing because they feel like there is more crime here. Anyway. And I asked if they thought there was a opioid problem, and they said, yep, opioids, heroin, methamphetamine. I don't see it because I'm just in my own little bubble, but it's definitely around. One of them said that one of their relatives is a first responder fire department, and so they see all of those things. 339 says, take your physics degree over to Virgin or over to Elon Musk and design his starships. It blows away a legal career move, money-wise. 234 says, pay politicians to push stronger... Oh, he thinks you should own your own prisons, then pay politicians to push for stronger laws and then enforce them so that you can fill up your prisons. I don't think we need more prisoners. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Don't worry, be happy. I like your name. Don't worry, be happy. Enjoy a happy Valentine's Day. CDC confirms the 15th U.S. coronavirus case. A Wuhan evacuee has been quarantined at a Texas military base. You think it's a horrible business, but a business nonetheless? Ugh. This looks like a good article. I'm gonna click on this maybe, if I can.
It's all done. It's all good. I started the dishwasher too. I ran the dish. Okay. Thanks, Sarah, for helping and talking about the news and catching up on daily events. Sarah gets her daily event time in here.
All right. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. Oh, goodness.
I just realized that washing after every meal, rinsing your mouth out after every meal really prevents cavities.
I'm gonna go brush my teeth now. But first I think I'm gonna drink some more of that acai milk stuff.
Oh yeah,
I had some yesterday.
It's good stuff. Yeah, I tried some too. It's good. I made some black bean soup out of the rest of that. You can take. I have a small one in there for you if you want to take it with you.
Well, I'm not gonna take anything with me tomorrow when I come home.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Even better. Then we can have it for lunch. For lunch. And back in time for lunch. Don't worry, be happy says, Happy Valentine's Day, Sarah. That'll be great. You know, global warming is... People have to understand that we're all breathing pollution. That's a bigger issue. than how much carbon is causing global climate change. Because technically carbon isn't really the cause of global climate change. It's heavy metals that they're putting in the atmosphere on a daily basis. It's the chemicals. And I have to keep reiterating that. Obviously, you could live in a dome and everything be perfect. You'd have filtered air, filtered water. And that's probably how humans will live someday. But in the meantime, that'll have to wait. We've got people in our world right now who have an agenda of depopulation. And they've been talking about it not just in the news, but they teach our kids this in colleges. When I first went to UCLA in 1978, the first thing they talked about was limits to growth. And that's what they were teaching Sarah in 1988 when she was a 10-year-old little girl. She's very intelligent. So everyone's been indoctrinated into this idea that there's too many people on this planet. And last night we played some videos from India that shows we got a problem. India can't handle their mass of people without, they can't even provide toilets for all the people. Nearly 600 million people, half their population almost, a little less than half, have no toilets. They're outside going to the bathroom right in front of everybody. It's unbelievable. So we really do have a distribution problem. That is the key problem facing the human race, distribution, not population. So when we take our mind off of the population issue and focus on distribution, then the ugly beast rears its ugly head that some people are making millions in India while other people are starving to death. Or any other country, hypothetically India, any other country, our country too. You love your platform. When it's time to campaign, I can fly you around for free. Wow. Well, if I could possibly trust any one of you to fly me, I would definitely get in your plane, but I don't. So it's not that I don't trust you as a person, it's just that planes are hackable. The technology, your navigation and autopilot system is controllable outside of the aircraft. The technology was developed a few years ago to do that. Our government recently touched on it with the MCAS failure in the Boeing system. The MCAS system uses all the same tools in the plane to adjust for altitude, pitch, and not really. Single motor planes have a higher incidence of crashes than jets in general, so it's not really that safe. Well, having only 2 engine failures in 7 years puts you at a high risk for an engine failure this year. You can look at statistics in 2 different ways. David, can you add this hyper reality video to your after show? Well, yeah, we want hyper reality. Hyper reality coming at us in the after show. Last night we were worried about the 5G network possibly being the cause of the coronavirus symptoms. Everyone who's dying and keeling over looks like they're suffering from a coronavirus, like not coronavirus, but maybe an electromagnetic pulse hitting their head. People in Wuhan have blood in their eyes. That's not concurrent with pneumonia. Yeah, something's very strange going on. The coronavirus may be a cover-up for the 5G failure. Not fully testing the 5G network could have caused as many deaths as we've seen already in China. You think that's funny? LOL, blood in their eyes? I've heard eyewitness reports saying the people are bleeding in their eyes. Not like stigmata where Jesus is bleeding from the hands for loving God, but electromagnetic radiation like microwave energy causing their brains to burst. I'm not making any funny jokes here. I am kind of hinting around for my personal Pope mobile, yeah. I want a buffet mobile, which has a buffet in it, where I can just dine from the buffet as I travel down in my bulletproof buffet mobile. Yeah, so, and the buffet will be also external so that you can eat food from the central portion of the feed valve. Like if it drops food into the compartments, you'll be able to eat from the buffet mobile. Ooh, a buffet mobile, yeah, exactly. I would like to have a center section in the White House with 9-inch bulletproof glass and all kinds of detectors to see that no one ever gets near the White House with anything dangerous on them. And then I would meet people in the buffet. In the middle of the buffet, we would serve you an American dinner of every imaginable food item that you would consider Americana. Spanish food, Italian food. I mean, that's all Americana now. Chinese food. We'd have a little bit of everything. I have seen Golden Corral. I've looked at it, and I think they're really good with their meat. I know people that'll go to Golden Corral just to eat their incredibly tender pot roast. Oh yeah, I know people that'll travel miles to get to that pot roast. Melt in your mouth. Golden Corral does a really good job with their steaks too. Sarah's had New York steaks there. For the price, I don't think you can pass that up. That's one heck of a deal. Yeah, we could have Golden Corral start up a franchise in the White House. That's a starting point. Corn souffle, yeah, that's good. Yeah, we'll have soul food. I'll put some greens and some chitlins out there for everybody. We'll have some good old chicken too, man. We'll have lots of good chicken. Preferably non-GMO and preferably free range. I can't guarantee organic. So when I think of Uncle Sam, I would think that they'd want to make 5G safe for Americans. Not that they would just push it on us without even testing it. And so far, the two-party system will not expose the fact that 5G is not safe. I'm proposing a 5G plus network, which is going to be dealing with all kinds of potential problems. The amount of wiring in these things could very well be weaponized. Yes, I lived in Rancho PV for a long time. You're in Torrance? Wow. That's my old stomping ground. That's where I used to do my TV work. Broadcast television and cable TV. It could be weaponized. That's the problem. They've pulled apart the 5G network units they're putting in like LED lights of all things in England. And their 5G hubs from 300 feet apart, these LED lights have to have a 300-foot spread because 5G requires a short bump. So every 300 feet, you see these LED lights. Don't look at the LED lights. They are super dangerous because they've got magnifiers on them, and that lighting, it blasts at your retina. So there's no warnings for anybody, but somebody opened those things up and found that they have 450-volt capacitors, which is unheard of. That would be a weapon. So why would they have capacitors of that level? Makes no sense. Even the wiring is way higher than it should be. You keep laughing. You've never even looked into this. LEDs are a separate thing. You see, you're having a hard time comprehending this because you don't have the ability to understand what I'm saying. That's the problem here. God, it's just... Slow Modes is constantly dragging our show down because these lights are actually dual LED lights and 5G bump stations. They're being installed in UK right now. 5G towers can emit lethal waves. That's my point. And putting limiters on the 5G network would limit it to a certain amount of radio frequencies that we're dealing with. It's very possible that people of China have already been zapped, and that may be why people are dying, because we uncovered some strange anomalies last night in our investigation. I've got hyper reality coming up tonight. We ran into a couple of things that were just outright bizarre. I played a video from Live Leak of the coronavirus and a staffer speaking out in China in their own native language at a crematorium. And we're trying to glean how many people really are dying in Wuhan and outlying areas and getting a real number. And this was just a dip inside the world of the mysterious world of the crematoriums.
How many people have died since the coronavirus outbreak in China began, really?
The amount of bodies we transport is 4 to 5 times as usual. Well, then we went into the deep portion of this entire process and found this little bit of information from a funeral home. They talk how many times people are coming in, 4 or 5 times as many. But then this number came up. Now I'm going to show this to you in full screen so you'll be able to see it. Let me close in on it. The woman answering the questions at the funeral home said, I received a total of 127 corpses yesterday, cremated 116. The number of confirmed pneumonia cases was 8. Wait a second. They've got 4 to 5 times as many bodies. Only 8 confirmed pneumonia cases. We're beginning to think that they're not dying of pneumonia. What are they dying of? And that brings up the ugly question. Maybe they're being zapped by the 5G network that was just installed in Wuhan. I've got Sarah some gifts for her birthday, and I haven't quite nailed down the ideal solution for Valentine's Day, but thank you. We oftentimes celebrate Sarah's birthday as Valentine's Day, which was last week, but that doesn't matter. It's a translation, but at this point it doesn't matter because there was no reason for this woman to lie.
OK，
确诊者数多一点120，将近900,000。Anyway, we'll get back to that later. The fact is, why so few pneumonia patients? I don't get it. So that raises the question, maybe people are dying from something other than the coronavirus, and they're covering that up too. Or Occam's razor, and the army is simply shooting people, and they call it coronavirus. But we're getting in lots of eyewitness reports saying people are dying with their blood in their eyes. Occam's razor, that's right. I'm going to go ahead with the belief that this is a bioweapon. We know that for a fact. It was created in Wuhan. We don't know whether Bill Gates was involved or not. We do know he has numerous patents on the coronavirus, coincidentally enough. We do know that Bill Gates is a eugenicist who has recently predicted 65 million deaths from this type of pandemic. Well, there was no reporter bleeding from her eyes. We had people, eyewitnesses on the ground, saying many people have been bleeding from their eyes. I can't confirm or deny this. But if we go with that theory, that nexus of theories, and put them together in a basket, we come up with, wow, maybe they are covering something. Of the 5G network in Wuhan is the trigger for all these deaths. And they still haven't sorted it out, because what we have noticed is the number of 5G installations in China have dropped to almost a standstill. China has stopped installing 5G network utilities as of the recent coronavirus, claiming that the virus itself have triggered their downturn in their 5G economy. You can look at it any different way you want, but it looks to me like they're really kind of wondering if indeed they didn't create the problem that they're now facing, without even admitting it. That's just my best guess. It would explain why people aren't spreading rapidly outside of their country. I mean, virtually one person in India, one person in Africa. We now have many people in America have been affected. The recent number was 15, I believe. But anyway, China faces setbacks in their 5G ambitions as coronavirus leads to delays in base station installations. This looks like a cover story coming out of the South China Morning Post, which is a government-run utility. Yeah, so they're just saying, we are now waiting to install 5G network in China. We're waiting, and that would explain why nobody's getting any work in the 5G network right now. They might be just questioning whether it's really safe or not. It may be after the fact. I don't know. Megyn Kelly was there or not. Is she traveling to Wuhan right now with all her money? I mean, I do know that I've seen photographs of men carrying weapons, and we saw military engagement recently of the Chinese army claiming to be the religious, or rather the military health operation. We can't confirm that that's necessarily going to be a permanent state of affairs or what, but I haven't seen anybody killed by Chinese military personnel in front of a camera. I've not seen any executions. And we've seen a lot of video here. We go over more video than most people. This show is a daily video tour. Something in space is sending signals. And I think the signals mean get your act together when deciphered. But no, this story came in from Sputnik News last week. First contact, something in space is sending Earth signals like clockwork. Scientists don't know why. Astronomers from around the world have been long fascinated by the mysterious radio signals bombarding our planet from deep in outer space, with some onlookers linking to them as a possible extraterrestrial intelligence. Yeah, who pays for all their quarantine rooms and the cruise ships? Yeah. I don't know. I would imagine the government will absorb some of those, being they required the at the base rate, minimal base rate. I'm surprised we haven't sent our FEMA barges over there to Wuhan to extinguish the problem. We all wonder about the FEMA barges and what they're used for. But a new study by the international team of scientists led by astronomers at the Canadian Hydrogen Intensity Mapping Experiment, East Fast Radio Burst Project in British Columbia, has discovered that a mystery radio source in a galaxy some 500 million light years from our solar system is sending out fast radio bursts like clockwork in 16-day cycles, including 1 to 2 bursts per hour over a 4-day period and then 12 days of silence before starting up again. Very interesting. Now, 500 million light years away, 700 million light years away, there's a black hole. Okay, well, I just heard this from some source, but I can't give you any more information. You are trapped in your room in Wuhan and you want free booze, pizza, and cable TV. Guest 339 is trapped in a room in some area of China right now. Or possibly you're a quarantined person here in the U.S. at March Air Force Base. The Gates Foundation donated less than $190,000 to what? A patented version of the Gates helped fund an avian version of the coronavirus that doesn't even function in humans. Oh, so they wasted $190,000 on an avian version of the coronavirus. What I don't understand is why Bill Gates is actually taking patents out on something he's trying to do as a philanthropic endeavor. Oh, you're not trapped in the quarantine? Okay, good. But Bill Gates doesn't seem like a philanthropic person when he asks to get patents on things. I'm going to go with the idea that Bill Gates got a patent on it because he wants to somehow profit from this. Now, the recent allegations that Bill Gates spent days over at Jeffrey Epstein's place at Little St. James Island has dogged this multi-billionaire, but the real question I'm asking is he involved in the development of this strange man-made bioweapon? And that would be the question I would do if I were president. I would engage in an investigation into this man and his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein and their funding of the MIT Genome Project. I don't want to, freak anybody out, but I mean, we are dealing with the people that are leading the world in depopulation theory. I don't want that. I think that's dangerous. When the CDC wants to expose everybody to germs by evacuating cities like Wuhan, because now I find out that's standard procedure, I have to conclude that the CDC is being run by eugenicists or people who want to depopulate the world. My biggest concern is that they are not protecting people from dangerous vaccines. They're not giving good transparency and explanations as to why they use mercury and a number of other contamination issues. But most of all, why are they endorsing a policy of evacuation when a whole city is contaminated? Makes no sense at all. Now we go to Larry Sinclair and his continual exposing of the president, former president, Barack Obama. And thank you for reminding me of that, because it's extremely important we have a break. We now bring you Larry Sinclair. Larry? Thank you. Here he is. Come on out.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, write that number down. He might be there waiting for you now at this point. If we get together, Larry, could we let's at least not talk about it in the media? Thank you. If I meet you at the limousine in Gurnee, Illinois, could we not talk about our previous homosexual behavior? What physical evidence? He gave you the phone number of the limousine driver. Yeah. I've got an interview with him. Well, let's be perfectly clear. I've got an interview with him where he talks about the phone number of the limousine driver to corroborate it. Oh, this guy was ready to go to the mat to determine if if Barack Obama had oral sex with him and tell the world. He didn't want all of you dumb Democrats voting for a guy that you somehow didn't know that he was a homosexual as well as a crack user. And Larry Sinclair was doing his best to try to wake you people up to the global New World Order conspiracy in his own way. Yeah. Because Barack Obama is not who he projects to be. Well, let's be clear. I talked to a guy in our room the other day, an iVlog. I don't care if he passed a lie detector test with 99% certainty. I'm not thinking that's a scam at all. Anyway, we had a guy in iVlog last week that said he was over in Martha's Vineyard smoking crack with Barack Obama. And I'm not kidding. He said, oh yeah, I was over at his house on his new estate he paid $18 million for. Well, I'd like to have Barack Obama take a lie detector test to see if he ever passed the lie detector test claiming he smoked crack with Larry Sinclair. Yeah, I'd like to see him take one. I'm showing you two forms of physical evidence proving that Larry Sinclair, in fact, did just that. 99% passing of a lie detector test is very, very good. You know, I could give you more information, but why don't you just Google it? His entire interview is online on YouTube. 2-hour discussion of the press corps in 2010. It's the story of Larry Sinclair. The Obama music song, oh, you really want to listen to that?
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me.
Wow, I don't know how you can put up with that. That's just too much for me. It takes me back to the early days when I hadn't discovered fruit enzyme spray and my face was falling off. Check this out. Google has provided a six-figure sum to this liberal outlet with a history of genocidal denial. You know how I've been saying all along that the Young Turks have picked up 2 million subscribers in the past 7-8 years, and we picked up zero subscribers. We have the same number as we did 9 years ago. They got 2 million subscribers. And the Young Turks are now designated to receive a six-figure salary for what? Consulting on helping people learn how to broadcast? Axios first reported Tuesday that Google invested in the mid-six-figure range in the left-wing outlet as part of the Google News initiative to support local journalism. Google decided to partner with the Young Turks despite ongoing controversies surrounding its founder, Cenk Uygur. He's drawn criticism for offensive comments about women and Jews, as well as his denials of the Armenian genocide. Yeah. Now, I just can't believe that YouTube and Google would support this, but now I'm beginning to realize they're into mind manipulation. They'll hire shills like these people to do anything. And they don't care if they're biased against an entire group of people, the Armenians. It's amazing. Okay, we now have unequivocal proof that the FBI is hiding information regarding Seth Rich. We have uncovered, LawFlog uncovered the story about Seth Rich. Now that's the source of the Hillary emails that nobody seems to want to get to. But the FBI is hiding documents about the murdered Democratic National Committee employee Seth Rich, according to emails released last week. So this morning, this person requested a criminal investigation into the cover-up. As most people outside of solitary confinement know, the whole Russian collusion investigation began with the premise that Russia hacked the DNC. But considerable evidence suggests that the DNC emails were downloaded by someone inside the DNC, like Mr. Rich, and then provided to WikiLeaks. Apparently, this guy's been having an ongoing discussion with the FBI about getting records. New evidence provides information that Mr. Hardy had perpetrated a fraud on the court. Judicial Watch recently published documents that it obtained in response to the FOI, Freedom of Information Act, request for communications between former FBI agent Peter Strzok and the former FBI attorney Lisa Page. This is something the Republicans were working on. And then he produced a heavily redacted version they sent back to him. And the header of those emails is called Seth Rich. They're getting the runaround about Seth Rich from the FBI. Now, it looks like Seth Rich was killed in the hospital that he was taken to. It looks like there's been foul play in the hospital he was taken to when he was shot 3 times in the back. He actually survived those wounds, shot early in the morning one day, and he managed to get out of there, ambulated to the local hospital where they debrided the wound, repaired the incisions, and he was back to recovery. What they normally do is open up the incision and debride it again, but he never had treatment because according to a witness, an anonymous witness at that hospital who posted a story online, that person said that they heard that Seth Rich was a VIP and no one was allowed in. So he never got the treatment he was supposed to get, and it's possible somebody smothered him in his sleep. So there's a big cover-up about Seth Rich. And still to this day, with the Roger Stone and what Trump is doing, he hasn't mentioned Seth Rich at all, but what Trump is doing to defend Roger Stone is perfectly legitimate. Roger Stone was railed in this particular investigation. Yeah, you're not supposed to violate your Second Amendment right by turning in your guns. Yeah, do not accept vaccinations. Unless you're, obviously a person who's applying for a job that requires it, I don't see any reason why you would have to. Do not get on the FEMA bus. They're not going to take you to safety. Remember we talked about the statement that you can't keep posting that here? Yeah, that's the second time I've asked you to keep posting that. Not keep posting that. Well, thimerosal can break down into something less toxic than methyl mercury, which you can claim is safe, but I don't think any mercury development or buildup in your body is safe for your brain. How could you argue that any mercury in your body would be safe for your brain? Have you been sucking on thermometers too long? Hey, Scissor Fight, you got something on Mother
Hey, folks, and welcome to
Mother Teresa was a child trafficker for the Vatican? Whoa, this is the first I've heard of that. You know, I was wondering why the Vatican did not make Mother Teresa a saint, other than the fact that people really thought she was kind of mean. But now we've got a person in 153 who's going to expose this big time. A Plain Truth is looking at a possible accusation that Mother Teresa was a child trafficker for the Vatican. Wow. Hey, if you want to get measles, smallpox, polio, whatever, absolutely, go ahead and not be vaccinated. Yeah, we're really talking about safety in vaccinations. Most people don't understand that anti-vax people are not talking about ending vaccinations. All they are doing is asking questions about their safety. It's still mercury in your body, dumb crap. Dummkopf. Du bist ein Dummkopf. Ja, was ist los? Wie geht's es Ihnen? Let's see. I want to hear it sound out here.
Du bist ein Dummkopf. You are a fool. Du bist ein Dummkopf. You are a fool.
That's great. Yeah. So mercury can't possibly be good for us. So stop defending thimerosal, okay? People in their 80s were vaccinated in grade school, alive today. Well, for one, seven vaccines were distributed back in the 1950s and 60s. Many of them were contaminated with all kinds of unknown pathogens that led to spinal meningitis, neural encephalitis. Countless people today are retarded because of bad prepped vaccines. And we find out now that there was a dangerous portion of some of those vaccines in the 80s and 90s that may very well have had a cancer-causing agent in it. Yeah, so, I mean, you really want to go down this road defending vaccines when we've seen countless problems? 55,000 kids in Africa alone have died from adverse reactions to the Bill Gates vaccination program. How can you go down that road and continue to blare that vaccines are perfect? It's not even a perfect science. It's like the ancient science of Louis Pasteur. No, they have died. Many of them have died, yes. Yeah, bottom line is people who believe in herd immunity, which is what the Democrats are talking about, really want to take the individual's rights away from them. Now, I'm sorry, sir, but we are protected by a First and a Second Amendment right and a Fourth Amendment right to protect any illegal search and seizure of our personage. And that includes injecting needles in our body, our most sacred part of our body, our skin. So I argue the Fourth Amendment stands on the case of vaccinations. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. So you Democrats, go stick your vaccines up your ass. If people want to resist, they can do that. It's ironic that the people who are resisting the vaccinations have the most to risk. No, you, sir, are part of the mainstream media nonsense that's being pitched by a group of eugenicists. So I'm going to kick you out of the show. You don't belong here. Wake up to your rights and stop acting like a herd mentality like the Democrats want to act like. Well, I'm centrist for a reason, and I want you out of here. The 2017 Freeman High School shooting. Always smile when you're telling a horror story. Oh yeah. So many people smile when they interview after these shootings. It's amazing. Here's a lady talking about...
So there was a school shooting yesterday in Spokane.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out why people smile during these things. Okay, well, that will play tonight. Thank you. Looks good. It's just amazing to me. You know, when we talk about the anti-vax movement, all we've asked for all along was scientific proof as to why they need to put some form of mercury in vaccines. And why there's a scientific proof as to why there's Roundup in vaccines. Well, they use a gelatinous material as a colloidal suspension to keep the... It's so ridiculous. We're talking about ancient technology where they inject an egg and let it sit there for 24 days while it gestates into a attenuated virus, and then they inject it into the tubes, and then they fill it with thimerosal as a stabilizer. I want to know why. And why is there Roundup in this gelatinous material? It doesn't make sense. Dave, I was walking home from the local market in Hoboken, New Jersey, while waiting for the corner for a crosswalk light, two African American women were discussing your $500 a month idea. My mouth dropped and we shook hands and talked about you right there for 37 minutes. You know, Kiefer boy, you're either the most active person in the world, gregarious, willing to talk to everybody around you, or you're coming up with these statements out of the blue. But thank you. I appreciate that. I'll take it. Any good comment I'll take over the other ones. Now Trump is using quid pro quo against New York. Politico has the story. Yeah, I just can't get over this guy didn't learn from Ukraine. Now he's going to hold back all kinds of things for people who are traveling in and out of New York. They're going to hurt New York because Trump is being prosecuted by New York State itself for various things, including tax fraud. I mean, come on. He's doing the same thing he did with Ukraine. He's trying to use his power to manipulate a vote, a felony vote that he's facing in New York when he comes back. People, you can't make this stuff up. This is the most abuse of privilege and power by any president in history. Wake up. God, you must be asleep. Kiefer Boy says, David, you're very popular. People are talking about you all over. The heavy censorship may lead you to believe your word isn't getting out, but trust me, it is. Well, Kiefer Boy, you're one of the few that meet people all the time that talk about me. I appreciate that. Another serious look at LA skies. Okay, we'll take a look at that right now. John Graff. More chemtrails in the sky.
This is John, Los Angeles. It's February 13th, 2020. I'm showing you the Goodyear blimp flying over Los Angeles. As you can see, it's in a fog. And I'm up on Signal Hill again, looking at Los Angeles and Long Beach. You can see a lot of it is affected by what's going on in the sky. I'm not going to sit there and call them names and do all that because they just seem to like it. But I'm not going to give them that satisfaction. Take a look at this. Yeah. And I think a lot of it is coming out from right up there. Right out in the ocean.
All right. Just this huge fog, and humidity levels are low, yet there's a fog of chemical smog floating over Los Angeles, keeping weather, evaporating weather, getting rid of rain, dehydrating California. Yeah, it does have an interaction with all of that. That's the point. They use barium and aluminum to desiccate the air. Here in Washington, we get a lot of silver iodide, which is used to increase the water vapor in our air. We've had the rainiest seasons every year since we moved up here, progressively every year. This year has been the worst. Last year was the worst. The year before was the worst. Every year it gets progressively worse with water here. I am getting censored. Yes, I am. So we'll have to get back to this one later. It's being knocked down, but I'll play it for you in our lineup and add it to chemtrails. You know, when I first started this effort 11 years ago, I didn't really expect to run into so many different subjects that were taboo in by the government's eyes. So many subjects that were not part of the daily talking points that we're supposed to talk about. And I used to first hear about the existence of the New World Order, and I looked into that and researched it. Illuminati, and then I researched that, and I kept getting more and more information. That's not true. Mark was censoring me way ahead of any time I accused him of it. I'm going to mute you as well. Mark has been censoring me way ahead of me saying I was censored. He started 7 to 8 years ago. He started making money censoring me. He's made millions, supposedly, people tell me. But anyway, as the word got out that there were elements of our life that were just not discussed by the mainstream media, and the internet grew so rapidly with the blogosphere sharing information much more rapidly than we'd ever expected. Sarah and I jumped into the fray and started learning more, and I picked up more information because I spend the majority of my time here. Sarah doesn't. So I'm the one who's taken on a lot of these conspiracy issues and really dealt with them head on. I don't expect her to do that. We both agree on how to fix the country, but our impression of where the country's at is different. Where we're at with corruption, where we're at with the relative corruption at the highest ranks, we probably have a differing view about that. Yeah, we are far down the rabbit hole, and being you've been with me most of the time, some of you have been here from the beginning, I have never really had a doubt in my mind that we were doing the wrong thing. I believe we're doing the right thing. I believe it's been pursuing the third-party agenda is to take on those questions that no one is willing to ask. And because we do that, it makes us special in some ways. And it certainly leads people in a direction that'll help the country if we want to eliminate dangerous things that are possibly causing cancer in people. Why wouldn't we want to look at the dangers of GMOs? The dangers of over-vaccinating or force vaccinating? Because I see the benefit of vaccinations in general, but not forced vaccinations, which could lead to brain disorders in children. So nowadays, they push so many vaccines at once, it's not like the old days when they just delivered 7. I had 7, but kids today get as many as 72, all bundled together without proper testing, according to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You know, but when I first started, I was a liberal, trying to be a centrist, until I realized my position on gun control. I really wanted to reinstate the assault weapons ban during those years. I realized it was completely off base. And I listened to a lot of people on the right who explained to me all the problems with the gun control initiatives and how wrong they are and how they violate our Second Amendment, and I totally agree. So I moved to the right some more. And then I realized that we do need a capitalist economy, not some socialist economy that's driven by an overseeing government that constantly charges more and more to the taxpayers. And I became aware of a different way of building a solution for our country. And I created this book called Hybrid Capitalism with Sarah in 2012. So we've come up with some really good ideas to get the country rolling. And I don't believe we could fail because these ideas are enduring and they make sense. It's getting the government to run like a business, getting it to get a return on investment and taking a lot of the cost of the government away from you, the taxpayer. And I realized we had to have tax relief, that the progressive tax code has failed us. And with all the tax breaks people get, even rich people, we're not getting even a 10% tax from companies like Amazon. So I came up with a flat tax of 10% on money over $50,000. And this will actually increase investments in our country significantly because people can invest up to $50,000, even buy a house in America as a long-term investment, and the profit they make from it under $50,000 is tax-free. It makes people invest in America. And of course, the money's going to drip past 50,000, so we'll get a lot of ancillary investment paying 10%. Because people rather not move their money around just to get away from 10% tax. They could just as soon leave it there and pay the modicum amount of money to leave it there while they continue to make money. So we have to develop incentives for businesses as well to get hire employees, U.S. employees. So I came up with the infrastructure bank idea, offering 2% loans for people who are on actually U.S. businesses that are seeking to get a little bit of finance to start hiring people. You know, these are all really powerful ideas. The infrastructure bank, the flat tax, and I do still have that leftist leaning idea of a universal basic income, because I believe it'll help trigger growth in the retail sector. I don't see how we could go wrong by giving anybody money to get themselves back on track. In some ways, it's better effort, because look, we give so much money to the military-industrial complex. They could lose it in a day. Whereas if we spread that money around to everybody, chances are everyone's going to do something with it that may benefit them and have a multiplier effect, which is also a big part of hybrid capitalism, the ability to multiply that growth of income. So all these ideas are mulling around in my head, and we came up with these great ideas, and to this day, not one person has come up with better ideas to save this nation than what we've come up with, Sarah and I. So it's a hard sell, but once you realize that we're not going to take from you, we're going to add to the quality of your life, improving your water and your air, it's a no-brainer. Yeah, audiovisual. There is a 16th Amendment, which is the one law we have regarding taxes. Prior to the 1930s, we didn't have any income taxes. And the 16th Amendment was speedily passed and ratified in 1913, right around the Federal Reserve Act passing. It says the Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived without apportionment among the several states and without regard to any census or enumeration. But it really, when it defined as a tax, Sixth Amendment is an important amendment. It says that such taxes on houses or other property are considered direct taxes by the Constitution and would have to be divided back among the states. There have been questions about it being an unapportioned tax, a direct tax on the American people. So wages and compensations would not technically be considered profit. So as people collect wages and compensations, the 16th Amendment theoretically doesn't apply, but tax code does. And since every tax code out there has really not been adjudicated by popular vote, simply by representatives, tax codes have superseded the 16th Amendment in regard to your wages and compensations. So if you're somehow trying to fight the right to, or the desire to pay taxes, you're not going to win that case. Wesley Snipes lost a significant amount of money to the IRS and had to go to jail because he tried to fight that same argument. He was receiving compensation for his work, and they called it a profit. So I will offer a homeschool policy for everyone in the country through the Department of Education, that you'll be able to get your kids an education and homeschooling them and receive money to do it if you choose to opt out of the public school system. yeah, I believe that if parents can teach their kids the basics, reading, writing, and arithmetic, as well as core history of our country, and a lot of the history is adding to their knowledge of our nation and our people, then I certainly would see giving the parents money to do that. I don't think anybody has ever offered that. For people that don't want to vaccinate their kids in California, it'd be a great alternative, and you'd still comply with U.S. federal law. I would also place a moratorium on any state trying to impose regulations on people that don't vaccinate their children. Unlike the Democrats, I don't support this mentality of herd inoculation. I support the idea of mass distribution of masks. And we would not even be having a problem right now wondering if any of us have masks or if there were any in the market with me as president. We would have a robust supply of masks. I would divert federal funds to creating more masks so that everybody has plenty of masks. No better way to prevent an illness from spreading than put masks on. But right now we're running short. And the demand in China is so great that they're running short. So it's kind of ironic that, the Democrats keep pushing herd inoculation when there's no proof that actually works. In fact, quite the opposite. Measles has been spread through vaccinations. Mumps have been spread. There's one boat off the coast of a destroyer that had to stay off the coast of Washington, D.C. for about 5 months because they gave everybody a mumps vaccine and it spread mumps throughout the entire boat. Definitely wash your hands. There's a huge link between vitamin D and preventing viruses from growing. That's why they say virus season is when the sun's down, meaning the sun plays a very important part in stopping viruses. So we know that the sun is a big portion of the vitamin D in our skin. It creates vitamin D when sun is exposed to our skin. So we know that stops and prevents viruses from spreading. So all that has to factor in as well. I would definitely stop the chemtrails. And if I have to risk my life doing this, I will. And I'm more than willing to go to the mat for this country because we have been led down the road to ruin by a bunch of power brokers who think they have the answers by depopulating all of us. Instead of distributing the wealth in a manner that makes sense, like providing opportunity for people that really want it or giving people a basic income of $500 a month, these elitists want to go the opposite direction, deny everybody everything, take us down to the point where we're all broken and then kill us. And then take every dollar we ever earned and repossess our house with bad healthcare solutions like they have today. So yeah, we've just got to distribute things in America better and become a gleaming example for the rest of the world. India is having a terrible job with distribution. They brag about all their millionaires in India, but look at the quality of life for so many people who aren't making anything. And in their sense, every country can engage in their own type of birth control. There's nothing stopping India or China from doing what they have to do, like China did when they limited one child per family for so many years. They didn't realize that they'd have so many single men out there without wives. Women, little girls would be killed. Infanticide was killed. They killed little girls just to keep boys in the family. It was a terrible problem with the Chinese policy of one child per family. But population control is something that every nation can do individually. We don't need a global world authority to spray us like insects to control our population. I step away from their attempts to do that and say that's wrong. As an American citizen, I'm appalled by this picture. Yeah, this is one way to get rid of dissidents. Just take them out claiming they're all virus infected. That's a problem, yeah. Some pranksters duped Bernie Sanders into thinking he was talking to Greta Thunberg. How dare you? That's interesting. Russian pranksters known as Voven and Lexus, posted a video on YouTube purportedly containing audio during duping Senator Bernie Sanders. They did it with Adam Schiff into seeking nude photos of Trump. Okay. I'll play that tonight.
To me, a little bit of hope. Well, let me just say, one of the very sad things that's happening now.
That's going to be good. Okay. Yeah, that'll be fun. This was a seriously messed up story that came in last night. China is going to allow temporary seizure of private properties to control the spread of the coronavirus. This is right out of the New World Order playbook. Guangzhou and Shenzhen have enacted urgent measures to allow their governments to temporarily take over private properties for disease prevention and control. According to official figures, there were more than 44,000 confirmed cases of the new SARS-like COVID-19 virus in the mainland. That was a couple days ago, and more than 1,000 infected people have died. There have been 1,177 confirmed cases in the Guangdong province, which neighbors Hong Kong. They passed measures on Tuesday in these cities' legislatures during urgent meetings that marks the first time establishment of a Chinese property law, where governments have been allowed to seize private property using emergency measures. Wow. This undermines their economy. They must be terribly desperate right now to have undermined the most important aspect of their economy is their property. Wow. That's serious. Wow. One way to destroy a capitalist system is to take away their property rights. Oh my goodness. Whatever capitalism was going on there is no longer, it's been extinguished by that ruling. Wow. Community officers around China have beaten their dogs to death to stop the coronavirus from spreading. There was a fear that people's animals were going to pass the disease on to them. And last week, a couple weeks ago, we heard a lot of eyewitness responses of people claiming to be seeing their pets being thrown out windows onto the concrete below. New videos purport to capture various workers killing dogs with wooden rods. 4 volunteers allegedly killed a Labrador as it waited for its owner. Another officer in Yangji beat a roadside dog as residents watched on. World Health Organization claims it has not seen any evidence that cats and dogs can get the coronavirus, yet people are killing their animals. This is terrible. No, I can't watch this. No, I won't watch it. Sorry. I'm not going to see animal abuse on our show. You got muted. You got muted for supporting Mark. Yeah, you got muted for supporting Mark. It was not Mark's fault. I muted you. Yeah, you're telling me that Mark didn't censor me before I started making an issue of it. That's just not true. That's coming out of his mouth to cover up his censoring of us. That's a terrible story. I definitely will keep it in the lineup, but gosh, I'm not going to play it now. Yeah, so we definitely covered a lot of territory over the past few days, all of which seems to leave us with Donald Trump getting away with everything he wants. Whenever he wants to fire people for no reason, he can. The Republicans have unleashed a dictator-style government with Donald Trump behaving as he is right now. And until the Republicans wake up to the fact that they've got a rogue presidential candidate on their wings, they're in trouble. We showed you the video surfaced of Bernie and his wife singing the communist anthem in USSR. That was hilarious. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm going to put that in political cover-up. Yeah, they were over there in '88 singing the USSR anthem. It's amazing. Donna Brazil said she feared for her life after Seth Rich was killed. Wow. Perhaps the most shocking revelation contained in the excerpts from former DNC chairwoman Donna Brazil's book was unsurprisingly buried in a Washington Post overview of the various allegations and designed to publish it. In the aftermath of WikiLeaks' decision to publish a cache of emails stolen from DNC, this is like 3 years old. This is a very old post, 2.5 years old. Donna Brazil says she became increasingly paranoid about both possible Russian efforts to sway the election. Surprisingly, she says top Democrats initially instructed her to not discuss her concerns with others. Wow. But even more than the Russians, Brazil says she feared possible retribution from shadowy elements from the campaign and the DNC, who might blame her for the leak. Her fear is only intensified, she says, after the mysterious shooting of former campaign staffer Seth Rich, and how authorities said he was killed in a robbery, though many so-called conspiracy theorists have speculated about a possible Democratic plot to kill Rich for his role in leaking the stash of DNC emails to the WikiLeaks. Yeah, this whole story has been suppressed on Seth Rich. Thanks for that. I'll add it to my list of things on Seth Rich, I guess. And this is one of the most disturbing facts, that China very likely knew that their coronavirus was virtually weaponized, and it was spreading as far back as November. Seth died, chat room celebrity. Yeah. Unfortunately, Seth Rich can't be interviewed. Yeah. So San Antonio's now confirmed one case of coronavirus. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's some good news and some bad news, but first the bad news. China has apparently, according to Fox's Maria Bartiromo, China knew that they had the coronavirus before sending a delegation to the White House. So they may have purposely allowed people who could have been contaminated to go not only to the White House, but to the Davos meeting with Trump. So all of this is very suspicious. China must have known this was happening back in November, and they didn't tell, the mayor didn't tell the people of Wuhan until mid-January. Okay, now we have a little bit of information that's positive. 3 hopeful treatments of the coronavirus using antiviral drug remdesivir shows results within hours. So the guy in Everett, Washington, was cured of the disease using this antiviral drug treatment titled remdesivir. I don't know, but it doesn't make its symptoms for 24 days. So if somebody from China visited Donald Trump 24 days ago, anything's possible. Hello, So Child. Welcome to the show. Yeah, anything's possible at this point. I don't want anything bad to happen to our president or to anybody in Washington, but really? I mean, China knew that they had a bioweapons lab in a highly dense populated area. They were warned about it, and they did virtually nothing to stop this. So we'll play this for you. Lou Dobbs has the story.
See an abatement in this in the spread of this disease outside of China.
Well, so that has to do with how well it has sustained spread outside of China. We saw 14 cases in Great Britain over the past day from one incidence case. That worries me, that it spread from one person to 14 others. Here in the United States, with everything under lock and key, we're doing a better job. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. I think in the spring, in April, you're going to start to see this die out for no other reason, because respiratory viruses don't do well in that kind of climate. When it gets warmer and more humid, we're not going to see this. In the meantime, a lot of work goes on antiviral drugs. Those are potential, and a vaccine about a year away.
We're hearing occasionally a report that an antiviral has shown promise within a matter of hours in treating at least one patient. We're hearing that a number of companies are moving ahead with vaccines as well as virals. Any anything in prospect right now in real terms?
And yes, remdesivir is one antiviral drug. It was used against Ebola. It was used on the patient in Washington State. He got better. He went home. That's very promising for the use in coronavirus.
And by the way, just the report is that he showed improvement within hours.
Absolutely.
So.
Another, in Thailand, they're trying an HIV drug together with a flu drug. That is showing promise. And the third possibility is to use antibodies. Regeneron has antibodies that are targeted directly against this virus.
Dr. Mark Siegel, thank you, sir.
Sincerely.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, Resmedivir. Resmedivir. Okay. Good to know. Wow. You know, it just gets worse and worse. Now that the Republicans have decided to commit obstruction of justice by not having a trial and no witnesses, we are virtually running into a situation where the Democrats are going to have to come up with new articles of impeachment to keep this corrupt group of Republicans even close to honest. Percocet is a type of painkiller that's highly addictive, soul child. Although it's not nearly as dangerous as fentanyl. It's a combination of oxycodone and Tylenol. Ask your doctor. So the CDC has confirmed one case in San Antonio. Now, Trump decided to not stop travel from China. He didn't add China to the travel ban list, which many people in China would probably be very happy to know that they can still travel here. But now people are coming into the country, all places all over. San Antonio is the next. Got it. Okay. Good to know. Oh my gosh. A fleeing shoplifter at Walmart gets a cart thrown at her. A customer throws a cart at a fleeing. There's the image. Customer throws the cart at her to try to stop her from getting away with a bag of whatever. There she is. This is the hidden camera footage. Or the cam footage of the incident. No audio. Oh, there it is.
You in no route, step it up. Deal with out one in Walmart. 85 Bush Bond.
Wow. Well, it must have been an exciting. What was she stealing? Kotex pads or something? I mean, my God. In my area, they virtually, don't even stop people that do that. I don't get it. You tried to steal 2 30-packs and they caught you. They stomped your face in and got drunk in the parking lot. Wow. So you went into Walmart at 3 a.m. and tried to steal 2 30-packs. They tried to stop you, and they stomped your face and then got drunk in the parking lot. You got drunk or they got drunk on your 30-packs? Yes, remote control shocking features for anybody who's sitting in their basket. Now, I don't know if we should shock people with remote control baskets. Yeah, you shouldn't steal things, Zeno. That's very wrong. They're just trying to feed the kids, Dave. They don't know. Yes, I understand. Many people commit criminal acts to feed their children. It is normal in many countries. But I'm not here justifying that. I think it's a stretch to think that, that's what you have to do to survive. Here's an interesting theory. and I've been saying this all along, but this guy at CNBC is saying, Jeremy Grantham is saying, he warns eventually only the rich will procreate as chemicals leave the poor sterile. Yeah, co-founder and chief investment strategist. That's right, and he believes that we're all being sterilized, except for the rich. Grantham, who co-founded GMO in the 1970s, is famous for calling the last two major market bubbles, said that the trend is poised to accelerate due to increased chemical toxicity in the environment and food products. Well, being he started the GMO trend, he would know. He's probably a eugenicist. I don't steal from anybody at all. No, I don't believe in stealing. I don't know. You may justify it any way you want. I don't buy it. Dave, do you think the guy from calling from India was a legit ATP fan? No, he was not. He was full of crap. He wasn't even Indian. He was faking the accent. It's terrible. I tell you. So, as you know, Donald Trump is angry right now at William Barr for not really doing a lot to investigate things. Jackie Lee said, you has been. Ah, leak, you gone. Jackie Lee, wrong. I'm the beginning of the next trend in American politics. So we're going to see what happens. So far, Donald hasn't prosecuted Hillary Clinton. He gave up the prosecution of Barack Obama, claiming he believed he was born in Honolulu now. And now he's saying he's going to do something to Joe Biden, but nothing will get done. And all of you Trump tards who sit there thinking, oh, well, we've got to investigate these people. Trump would have prosecuted them by now. Now he's turning on the one man that should have prosecuted them, claiming it's his fault. You got a real dud president with Donald Trump. Believe me, he's not going to accomplish anything. He's a lot of nothing. A lot of hot air. The Dow Jones average today is minus 128 points to 29,423. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Are you losing on your hedge funds? Well, stop eating at a restaurant that could cost you your life savings when you get sick. Drunks come into all kinds of liquor stores buying more beer. Sounds like an average story, homeless Hank. But now you're telling me you worked at a convenience store when you inherited all your money. Is this before your parents passed away and gave you your $500,000 trust fund? You worked at a convenience store? Wonder how many people we could have fed with the money we've spent send Trump to the races. Yeah. Trump isn't going to spend money on you. Believe me, he cut people from the food stamps, 8 million people from food stamps. That's a lot of money. The money we spent investigating Donald Trump still is paid off. We could easily file 2 more articles of impeachment. I think things are helping. Yeah, that's good. Okay, Zeno says he's a millionaire trust fund and a $5 million lottery ticket winner. Wow, you people with delusions of grandeur, there's no limit to all the things you have. Wow. Okay, apparently four military members, Chinese military members, have been indicted in a Justice Department investigation into Equifax's hack that impacted 145 million Americans. So here, Donald Trump is researching Biden when we got the Chinese hacking into Equifax. I mean, if Donald Trump can't come up with a prosecutable offense against Biden or his son, then just give it up. You Republicans just bag the BS. He's not doing anything to stop the deep state. Oh, so you did work as a postal worker and in a liquor store? You went to the gas pump on him and you made a gas run? Wow. Well, Homeless Hank, you've had a lot of experiences in life. You deserve to be where you're at right now. I certainly hope you hold on to your asset. He is taking food out of people's mouths. Trump has actually cost 8 million people enough money to survive right now. Because of Donald Trump's recent removal of food stamp money from people, 8 million people, including some of our viewers. We've got one person who's a disabled person in our show. Add the one. He's been dealing with a disability all his life, and he's our operator. He got his food stamps cut by Trump. I mean, it doesn't get much worse than this, people. And I understand that Trump is going person by person to determine if anybody is really disabled or not. He's hired a whole new crew of people to analyze if people really... These are people who've already been vetted for disabilities years ago. Now he's claiming we're going to take those people's disabilities away. I mean, he literally wants to put people on the street. Something wrong with Trump, big time. He's willing to give the military another $250,000 a year. Excuse me, $250 billion a year. Huge amount. And he wants to cut our disabled people from a monthly income. Unbelievable. Well, we're still trying to trace down the authenticity of Buttigieg's accusations of his having killed dogs as a kid. That newspaper article looked pretty damn real to me. But this story you can't deny. Buttigieg's father founded the Communist Society and was a confirmed communist. Oh, and that's it for tonight. Yeah. So hopefully Trump will allow New York to get their necessary funding. If they do prosecute him, he's trying to say that he's not going to fund New York, which is absurd. That's a violation, it's a quid pro quo violation of his law, of his powers. But similarly, Trump is still hurting Ukraine. And I'll close with this. Ukraine gave $30 million to our government for guns and ammo, and it wants its money back because Trump hasn't delivered the guns and ammo. All right. It's going too far in all different directions, I agree.
Hey guys, retired at 40.
Geodesic dome greenhouse for $83. Excellent. Do it yourself. Awesome. Thanks for that, Drag King. We'll play that tonight. Looks really good.
Spring has officially sprung. Stuff's turning green. The game already.
I have a biodome out there for the same price, under $100. I've got a video out there. But I don't have 92,000 views on mine, nor do I have 37,000 subscribers. But virtually the same story. I created a biodome myself over 10 years ago. And the hit counter locked down on me. He used a trampoline frame. Cool. We'll see how it works. North Korean official reportedly executed for breaking the coronavirus quarantine. There it is. North Korean official has been broken. They arrested him. Yeah. I wonder if they're going to feed him to the dogs like they did Kim Jong-un's uncle. Maybe they'll give him to no, he may have, well, he's corrupted with coronavirus, so technically he might be bad for the dogs if they're going to feed him to the dogs. All right, that's it for tonight. Thank you for coming in. Tomorrow is Freedom Friday. I'll be uploading my amazing chicken fiesta wrap tonight on my YouTube channel. youtube.com/David John Sponheim. It turned out great, by the way. I ate it during the break, and it was incredible. Oh, it was great. I mean, talk about edible. Oh, that's like mouth-watering, that dish. All right, this is Mr. Wright signing off. Take care, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.